Welcome, everyone. I'd like to humbly acknowledge the land we live, work, and play is Cree territory, traditional lands of the Cree and Dene, and unceded territory of the Métis people. For tonight, we have Councillor Ball joining us via Teams. And Councillor Ball, if you have your camera on for voting purposes, please. And being mindful of the number of agenda items on tonight's council meeting, we'll be adjourning at 10:30 p.m. and recessing the meeting and addressing unfinished business tomorrow, June the 11th. If you're a registered delegate for any item, please, you'll be connect directly with details online. If anyone in attendance wishes to address council on any of the upcoming agenda items, you must register before that agenda item starts, and just see legislative services to my right to register for that item. When you do speak, you have 5 minutes to present. Please remain on topic and remain seated for questions afterwards. Can I have someone make the motion to adopt the agenda as presented, please? Councillor Banjoko.
Hello, Mayor Pullman. I move that we adopt the agenda as presented.
Thank you. And thanks for the second, Councillor Boussier. With that, I'll call for a vote. All in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Thanks, everyone. Moving on to consent agenda. Does anyone wish to remove any items from the consent agenda? I'm not seeing any. Can I have someone make the motion? Councillor Weigel.
I move that recommendations contained in items 6.1, 6.2, 6.3, 6.4, 6.5, 6.6, 6.7, and 6.8 be approved.
Thank you. Thanks for the second, Councillor Ball. I'll call for a vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thanks, everyone. This evening, first, I'd like to address 2 proclamations we have this evening. The first being World Elder Abuse Awareness Day. The proclamation reads, whereas older adults in Alberta and this region are valued members of society, and it is our collective responsibility to ensure they live safely and with dignity. And whereas abuse of older adults is often hidden and is an ever-increasing issue that crosses all cultures and social-economic boundaries. And whereas older adults everywhere deserve to be treated with respect and dignity to enable them to serve as leaders, mentors, volunteers, and important and active community members. And whereas preventing abuse of older adults helps improve their quality of life and allows older adults to live as independently as possible while making positive contributions to the region. Whereas we are all responsible for building safer communities for older adults in this region everywhere, and are all encouraged to empower older adults as they are effective, as an effective way of preventing abuse. Now, therefore, I, Sandy Bowman, Mayor of the Regional Municipality of Buffalo, do hereby proclaim June 15th, 2025 as World Elder Abuse Awareness Day. The second proclamation is National Indigenous Peoples Day. Whereas National Indigenous Peoples Day is a time for everyone to recognize the rich and diverse history, culture, and contributions of Indigenous peoples and communities, as well as the Indigenous way of knowing that continues to shape the beauty of our region. And whereas Indigenous peoples are the original stewards of this land and are fundamental to the history, identity, and future of this region. And whereas National Indigenous Peoples Day is a time to listen, to learn from Indigenous elders and knowledge keepers about the true shared history. And whereas the Regional Municipality of Buffalo is committed to advancing reconciliation through strengthened relationships based on the recognition of rights, respect, and friendship. And whereas June 21st is a day to inspire Canadians to actively participate in community events and learning opportunities to increase personal understanding of the true history of the region and to advance truth and reconciliation in Buffalo. And I proclaim that June 21st, 2025 as National Indigenous Peoples Day. Moving on to presentations, we have Lucas Thompson and Lily, I can't pronounce the last name, Solholm, and Marishi Kedya from the Mayor's Advisory Council on Youth to give your year-end report. Yeah, just hit the rectangle button there, guys. Yeah. And just introduce yourselves. You can go on with the report.
Hi guys, we're McCoy. My name's Lucas Thompson. I'm a 10th grade at École McTavish. I've been doing McCoy for 3 years, and I'm part of the Fort McMurray Métis.
Hi, my name's Lily Suntome. I attend Holy Trinity Catholic High School. I'm in grade 12, and I've been in McCoy for 1 year.
Hi, my name is Maharshi Karia. I'm a grade 12 student at Westwood Community High School, and I've been in McCoy for 1 year. So today we are going to give a rundown of basically what we did throughout the year, and in our introduction we'll just tell you who we are, what we kind of do, and then move on to telling you about our volunteerism and the events that we've attended, the tours that we went through throughout the community, our main project, and then what we learned throughout the entire year.
So, we're the Mayor's Advisory Council on Youth. We advocate for youth voices. We represent 6 schools in the region. We discuss concerning issues with the youth. We are introducing youth to municipal government. What do? We have monthly meetings. We attend council meetings. We have special guests like council and the inner workings of the RMWB. We're invited to events that provide and receive insight. We volunteer around the community, which he'll talk about next.
So one of McCoy's major outcomes is volunteerism, and throughout the year, McCoy has volunteered in a variety of events. And for example, the Starry Night is a council event that 8 McCoy members attended and basically volunteered to give back to the community and bring the community together. Or the National Indigenous Languages Day, where 2 McCoy members were out in Fort Chip and they were taught the importance of Indigenous languages and their fight for revitalization. And overall, volunteering is a way for McCoy to stay present in the community and be actively working towards improving it.
McCoy participated in many different tours within the RMWB. We took a tour of the wastewater treatment plant where we learned how the water gets recycled. We also went to the Fire Hall 5, the Regional Emergency Coordination Center, where we got to learn what our community does in a period of emergency. We also toured the RMWB Transit Depot, learning more about our public transit system. And we also toured Keano College, where we went to the Chemistry and Biology Lab, the Indigenous Student Center, the Power Engineering Building, the Ambulance Simulator, and the new Keano Esports Center. These were great opportunities to learn about post-secondary options and community facilities here in the RMWB.
Where did we go and what did we do this year? So, we went to all the different rural communities in the Wood Buffalo region, including Fort McKay, Anzac, Conklin, and Janvier. And we did this project. We just wanted to hear from the youth about 2 things. We wanted to hear what they liked about their community, what's something, they want us to know. And we also want to hear what they want changed around the community that the RM can maybe help with. And so we went to connect with the youth. We asked them 7 questions. We did some activities with them, like we played volleyball, we did some soccer in some of them, all different activities in each of the different communities, but we asked the same questions. As a part of our visits to the rural communities, we held discussions with youth to find out what they loved about the community and what they wish the urban knew about the rural communities and what changes could look like in their communities.
The Conklin engagement was the first of the 4 total engagements that McCoy conducted. A total number of 15 students ranging from elementary school to high school were present, and 4 McCoy members where they ran activities like board games, soccer, and soccer baseball. During our discussion piece, McCoy came to learn that the youth valued their First Nations and Métis traditions, outdoor activities, and the Conklin multiplex. Some of the things the youth wanted were tennis courts and volleyball courts, and to have more encouragement towards opening businesses up in their community, and a community garden or greenhouse. It is worth noting that the community does have a garden and a greenhouse, but McCoy isn't sure how or if it's being utilized.
In Fort McKay, there were a total of 4 McCoy members who went to the youth center to connect with the youth in Fort McKay. During our visit, there were around 15 elementary-age students attending. The youth there were very interactive and energetic, and they were always willing to participate in our activities, such as board games, crafts, and soccer. After speaking with the youth, we found that they really valued their small community, their outdoor activities, and basketball. We also found that they would like to have a skate park and swimming pool, and for more businesses to be within their community. Overall, Fort McKay was a very beautiful community with much eager youth.
So I went to Anzac with Lily and a few other McCoy members. We found out they really like volleyball and their hockey. We found there was about 40, 50 people there, maybe 2 classes between the grade 9 and 12 range. What they valued is their outdoor activities. Their close by beach, hockey, volleyball, which I already mentioned. What they wanted was more walkable sidewalks, better roads, maybe an indoor swimming pool for winter when they can't go to the beach, and to encourage more businesses to open up in their community.
In Janvier, 5 McCoy members went to Father Parents School, where we participated in many activities, including painting, beading, board games, and drawing with approximately 15 youth from ages 10 to 16. The youth in Janvier were really easy to connect with us and shared with us that they value the wild horses, crafts, outdoor activities, and just in general the people who live in Janvier. We also learned that the youth in Janvier would like sidewalks, more retail businesses, and a rec center.
From these 4 engagements in Conklin, Fort McKay, Anzac, and Janvier, the common themes that we were able to capture regarding their community values were First Nations and Métis traditions, their privacy of living in a rural area, the value of having a smaller, tight-knit community, and outdoor recreation like fishing, quadding, and hunting. Each community has their own distinct charm and uniqueness that differs from area to area. But we were able to find common things that we heard the youth wanted. The main things that we heard were better paved roads and sidewalks, greenhouses and garden spaces, more retail stores, and spray parks or pools.
Looking into the future of McCoy, we'd like to continue going to these rural communities, establishing relationships with the youth. We'd like to continue to include all of the voices of the youth in our region. We would like for these communities to feel like they are heard by the RMWB, and we believe it starts with us. If you guys have any questions, we'll be happy to answer them.
Perfect. Thanks, Lucas. Marcy, what was your biggest surprise? What surprised you the most about Fort Chipewyan when you visited there?
One of the biggest surprises to me was their lack of activity during winter besides ice fishing. Whereas like for me, I can go to Vista Ridge to ski. I can go to an indoor facility like Mac Island. They don't have that. And that's something that I thought was missing there, or something that should be accessible for them to do during the winter times up in Fort Chip.
Okay, thanks. And Lily, what was your overall experience being on McCoy for the first time, being in grade 12? What benefits did you see, and what could you tell other people that are coming up next that might want to be part of this?
I would tell them to join. It's really fun. You get to do a lot of things in the community, and it's really beneficial.
Perfect. Thanks, Lily.
Yeah.
I don't have a question for you, Lucas. You came a long way in 3 years. I know we kind of started almost the same time. So you've come a long way in 3 years. I didn't recognize you the other day with the haircut, but just your public speaking alone has come so far, and great job.
You have too, Mr. Mayor. You have too.
Thanks. Appreciate that. And that's not unlike anything he's ever said, to be clear. Councillor Dogar, you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Children, well done. We're extremely happy to have you here and certainly learn from you. My question is, once you go around, do you get some resources from municipality or from CIP fund or not? Some budget for your gas, for your going around?
So when we went to the communities, we went with municipalities' vehicles. So regarding the gas and things like that, I'm not that well-versed, but I know that we did use municipal vehicles to get to our
Good.
engagement areas.
Good, that's fine. Municipal vehicle is given, it means you are provided the resources and maybe some refreshment on the way also. My next question is that do you speak on the anti-narcotics? Anti-narcotics or smoking weed, this is coming up and it is abusive for the community and youth. Do you create some awareness?
So
you have some lectures, some motivation to avoid narcotics?
So speaking regards with our engagement, we were there just to build this first push of trust because we want to eventually have these communities involved more, or have these youths involved more in the from the RMWB, and maybe even have them on McCoy. So initially, this being the first year of doing this outreach program, we haven't really done any sensitive topics or heavy discussions with them. And we just kind of like had fun and have made the initial steps to build trust. With regards to like school and in Fort McMurray, that isn't something most youth control. It's usually done through like board or external bodies.
Thank you very much. Very appropriate reply. One thing more I want to ask you. Before going to the communities, do you get some briefing by anybody in the municipality or from any department, briefing or training?
We were in constant communication with the rural side of the RMWB, and they were youth, so they were just like us. There's no major differences between our our day-to-day lives besides the fact that they are in rural areas. Like some of my interests were akin to their interests, so we weren't really given any special training for that situation.
Thank you very much. Why I have asked this is that I have worked with anti-narcotics teams to train them, you motivate them so they expand it further, and I would be volunteer. I would be asking my administration that I'm volunteer to give some certain lectures. Thank you very much. Excellent. Really enjoying your talk. Thank you.
Councillor Benjoko?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Thank you for the presentation. It's always a joy to see you guys. And really good presentation, just like Mayor said. I was just wondering if you have any suggestions for us how we can incorporate or bring on board youths from the rural areas. I applaud you for going there and hearing what they would want. And I know this question came up in the past. I know you guys are more techie smart. If there's anything we can do to have a couple of representatives from the rural, even if it's virtual connection on McCoy group, yeah.
You'll have to speak with Nicole about that. That's my answer.
Okay,
I would like to add to Lucas's answer that these are our first steps to reaching out with the youth, like I said before, and we hope that in the future and the next McCoy year, they keep reaching out, because the most important thing is to go back again. We can't build empty promises or build this like show up once and then we kind of leave them hanging. Like, we don't want that to happen again.
Yeah,
so
that's true.
We have to show up consistently, and then eventually we can hope for them to join this youth board.
Okay. Yeah, thank you for that. I would speak with Nicole. I would follow your suggestion. So the second thing, one of the things I heard is that the youths that we have currently are from 6 schools. So I'm looking at Mayor Bowman. I'm wondering why. Is there anything limiting it? Because I know
there's nothing limiting it. It's actually the last 4 years has expanded a lot. Previous to that, it was only 1 or 2 schools that were taking part of it. Okay. But because Nicole and Elise do a lot of work, and actually McCoy itself in getting out to the schools has increased the number to 6. Before it was only limited, I think, 2 different schools. But there's been a lot more. Like Lucas has been there since grade 7, so he's been there for years, and we have a lot of new members this year. So it is expanding, and it'll only, like Mahershe said, you have to keep going back to the schools for them to get involved.
Yes, and I'm hoping that we can, thank you, Mayor Bowman, before I speak again. So I'm hoping that we can spread this, because I believe this is an amazing way to get younger people involved earlier in life than, than later to know what we do. So thank you for all you do, and we appreciate you guys. Thank you.
And I don't see any other questions, so I just want to say you guys did an amazing job this year. I might have said this last year, but it's probably the best McCoy group I've ever had. You've always been engaged, great questions after council meetings, so you're all paying attention, whether you're watching a line or sitting here, and sometimes you've sat here till 11 o'clock at night. So just quickly, just so everybody knows, if McCoy that are here today, if you guys could stand up so people can see who's actually part of it that's been sitting in the back row for the last year. Super. So thanks, guys, for everything you guys did this year, and spread the word. And I know, Lucas, you're in grade 10, so I hope you come back next year. And you guys, hopefully you're going to Cano and are becoming doctors and coming back. So thanks, guys. It might actually get you to start presenting for people, Lucas. Next, we have Arts Council, and in regards to the Art Incubator project update, I'd like to invite Will Collins and Leanna Wielden up to present, please.
I'm Will Collins, Board Chair for Arts Council Wood Buffalo, and with me is Leanna Wielden, Executive Director. Good evening, Mayor Bowman and councillors. Recognizing that there's an upcoming election, we wanted to provide an update on the Arts Incubator to you, the council, who has been an early supporter of this project.
On June 28, 2022, this council unanimously voted to provide $5 million to kickstart the Arts Incubator purchase and design phases. Arts Council purchased the property in December of 2022 and engaged GEC Architecture to work with us through the design phase. In 2023, we completed the full ready-for-tender package, including an updated costing report and construction manual. Additionally, we updated our strategic plan for 2023 to 26, ensuring alignment of the Arts Inc. project with Arts Council's overall mandate.
Arts Council staffs worked through 2023 and 24, leveraging the initial investment from the municipality to achieve an additional $1.5 million in grant and donor funds. The Prairies Canada Economic Development multi-year grant enabled Arts Council to further develop the operating plan of Arts Inc. and begin renovation. 2024 saw the launch of the Incredible campaign with launch partners Syncrude and Boucher, with MP Leila Goodrich and Mayor Bowman offering remarks at the event. Community partner BME joined the project by supporting the Birch Mountain Enterprises adaptable space with a multi-year donation pledge. The Syncrude lobby and pathways will showcase local art and support accessibility within the property, while the Boucher Teaching Circle will be home to artist entrepreneurs, providing a purpose-built workshop space visible from Manning Avenue.
After a competitive bid process, Casman Builders were selected to complete the initial renovations. This included a new roof, upgraded electrical and safety lighting, as well as the full demolition of the interior, completed in June 2025. Through the design and construction phases, Arts Council was able to employ over 100 local tradespeople and has supported 6 local small and medium entrepreneurs in starting or scaling up their businesses. Next steps of our project will focus on securing the remaining $9.5 million needed to complete the transformation of the property. This includes bringing the tender-ready design package to life, accessibility upgrades for the property and building, and second-floor expansion with the addition of an elevator. Arts Inc. will be a hub of creative thinking at the intersection of communities and cultures, offering tailored programming and cross-sector opportunities that will bring together thousands of residents, visitors, and businesses. Bridging rural and urban creativity, Arts Inc. will drive innovation to address the evolving challenges of our time and build a sustainable future for Wood Buffalo. Progress will be made only as Arts Council achieves the necessary funding, and debt will not be incurred in the execution of the project.
Quality of life and attracting people and investment is directly linked to arts and culture. As our region develops, Arts Inc. will play a key role in attracting and retaining residents, as well as supporting the continued well-being of the community. Arts Inc. will be a place of discoveries and connections and a place of healing and cultural celebration, providing services that are essential to the community's well-being while fostering a vibrant, creative economy. The hub and spoke model of Arts Inc. will enable Arts Council to continue to grow its programs' meaningful and lasting impact, not only in Fort McMurray, but also in the rural communities.
While the oil and gas industry remain the backbone of our local economy, the need for economic diversification is vital for the region's continued development. Arts and culture has been identified as a necessary social support, and as we look toward the future, fostering innovation and creative thinking is key. Arts Inc. will operate as a social enterprise under Arts Council Wood Buffalo. Revenue, donations, and sponsorships will be funneled into the operations of the Creative Campus as one pillar of our sustainability.
Arts Inc. will be a hub for professionals across all industries to collaborate and develop, leveraging creativity and outside-the-box thinking. Through specialized programming designed to hone creative leadership, provide team-building experiences, and support skills development, Arts Inc. will foster forward thinking and contribute to the unique competitive advantage of Wood Buffalo's economy. As we continue to seek investment to further the incubator project, Arts Council advocates for the broader arts community and provides ad hoc arts education within the region through our programs and services. The board directors and staff are further solidifying the organization's policies and foundational framework for operations.
Looking at how other municipalities support the arts, a few examples of how to further contribute are advocacy for the arts and arts infrastructure with different levels of government, tax revenues and other levies allocated to fund the arts, dedicated grant funding streams for arts support organizations, and property tax exemptions. We truly appreciate the partnership and support of the Regional Municipality of Wood Buffalo and look forward to continuing our collaboration, contributing to a culture of innovation and building a thriving community through the arts. Thank you.
Thanks, Anna. Thanks, Will. Does Council have any questions? Councilor Dogar, your question?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, madam. Well done. Keep doing well done. And very vibrant personality. See you at multiple places. About your arts, your office, it is still at the back place, or it has some segments are here also?
Through the chair to Councillor Dogar, our offices are no longer in Keano as they are repurposing the Arts Centre. So we moved into St. Aidan's house, actually on Manning Avenue, so we can see our future just down the road.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilor Grandison?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through the chair. Anna, are you anticipating provincial funding perhaps being a little bit more generous this year than they were to Calgary last year?
Through the chair to Councillor Grandison, I don't think I can hope quite as high that they'll be as generous to Calgary. I think in the last 2.5 years they've received about $150 million for arts cultural infrastructure. We are looking for $6.5 million from the province, and 2026 fiscal year will be the third time that we're applying. So yes, but certainly advocacy with Minister Furr, who is the Minister for Arts, Culture, Status of Women, with Minister Jean, who is, of course, our representative down there, and on the Treasury Board, advocacy for the project with Premier Smith, anywhere and everywhere, that if people are expressing that this project is important to the community and to the residents, that will be helpful in our case. But we shall see. We're always hopeful.
Well, I know you're hopeful and exciting. Can I redirect this to CEO or administration that we follow through in terms of some of those suggestions, get them into whatever bodies in the province that we can get this information to? Because I do know that they were promised funding that was redirected to Calgary in the past, and I'd like to see that funding redirected here now. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilor Grandison. Councilor Boussier?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Bowman. Through the chair, thanks for the presentation. Just further to Councillor Grandison's, how much money did we receive from the province?
Through the chair to Councillor Boussiers, we received $200,000 in 2023 as part of the Northern Region Economic Development Fund to help with the geomatic testing and preparation for creating the design plan.
How about through the federal? Vets?
Through federal, we've received a multi-year grant with Prairies Canada, again, an economic development grant. And we are still speaking with Canadian Heritage, but unfortunately they have suffered several cuts to their budget. And where initially we had been speaking to them in the $3 to $4 million range, we're looking at maybe $500,000 to $750,000 in the 2026-27 fiscal year.
Okay, you mentioned ECTEV. Did ECTEV support you? Local ECTEV?
Local economic development has not, no.
Oh, okay. I certainly recognize your struggles, Leanne, with funding. And I guess a question, what would it look like, and I don't even know if this is possible, but the RM owning the building and handing it over to you to operate, much like we do with some of our other sporting assets, like Frank Lacroix or Center Fire. Is that something that has been tossed out there? Is that even a possibility?
From our point of view, certainly that would be a possibility. How that inner workings, I'm not sure. The purpose of Arts Incubator, of course, is to support the artists, but to support the community as well. Building a healthy, emotionally and mentally strong community requires all types of recreation, including arts, and currently there are no supports for that. So depending on how that would roll out, we want to operate this as a social enterprise so that we are sustainable and not continuously coming back for year-over-year funding. So if that is something that could be worked out, we would absolutely welcome that support.
I'm not sure what was funny, but anyways, someone found it funny.
Luana's a fan, so she gets excited when I'm up here presenting.
You know, I'm not an arts person, I'll be the first one to admit that, but I do enjoy the sports, and looking around, I certainly see the inequity when you compare sport to art. I mean, you look at the facilities, Mac Island and the trails and ball diamonds, and I guess we as council have an obligation, I think, in our strategic plan to the arts. So I guess just further to Councillor Granison's comments, I mean, if we're going to be writing a letter, is there an opportunity maybe for our administration to work with Leanne and Will and the group to see if maybe we can finish the building or complete the building and use them? I mean, it certainly will help out with downtown revitalization, getting that building up and running and serving a purpose. So I don't know what it takes.
Oh, I think it'll change the whole downtown when it's finished, so, yeah.
Because I think if we look at the funding that we provide for sports and recreation compared to the arts, I think it's probably fairly significant difference. So what, does it take a motion for that to happen, or is it just something we can leave the room here and knowing that administration will work with the two presenters?
We can probably ask the administration to work with the presenters, but we could even sit down as council and try to figure something what it would look like, whether it was more funding or if it was, like you mentioned, something about buying the building and then them operating it, or there's probably a bunch of different things, but I think definitely something we can look at.
Okay, I guess through the chair to the presenters, and I don't know who wants to answer. What's your funding like now? Like, how long can you continue to function or go forward with your bankroll?
Through the chair to Councillor Bussières, it costs about $70,000 to just hold the property as it is. And each time that we apply to the province, it's about $15,000 to $20,000 with the studies that we have to provide and staff time. So we have spent the majority of what we have fundraised, but we have kept enough that we can maintain the empty building probably through 2028. If we were unsuccessful in getting provincial or other funding enough to proceed with the project by 2027, I would advise the board directors to look at divesting ourselves of the property, which would be pretty devastating to the arts community, but also to Arts Council. At a bare minimum, we would have to pay back $6.5 million to the municipality, to the federal funders, to the province. So that would, I think that would spell the end of our organization, so.
Okay, so I'll just leave it to administration then.
Through the chair to council, I'm hearing the conversation. I would and certainly would follow the will of council, but I'm anticipating an ask for funding. and that would be a decision of council. So what would that look like? What does that mean? Is probably you're not prepared to answer that today, and also appreciate that council summer recess are approaching. So if you would be able to come up with a more detailed, I guess, ask of support from administration, that would be help us in understanding what that support looks like.
And through the chair to CAO Butts, we do have 7 years of financial modeling actually showing the feasibility of this project and how it will help us to become self-sustaining, as well as a full, 57-page business plan and full budget for the project to be built, what the incremental revenues will be, and then, of course, the operating plan. So yes, I can provide that quite quickly.
Okay, very good. So it seems as we should probably have a meeting. We will meet.
Thank you.
Councilor Benjoko?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, and thank you for the presentation. Thank you for this suggestion as well. I don't want to, I completely support that we need to get this done. But I also want us to intentionally go after the province and see what we can get, and then maybe we can then take care of the shortfall. So I hope we can do that. CEO and Mayor and all of us can try to get some money, and then we already invested at least $5 million, so we don't want to let that go as well. So that's all I have to say, and thank you for all you do. I've enjoyed some of the activities that you do, and I also believe that there's a particular body that came from the province level to share some information about grants. I was there, and so there are some leads that we can follow and raise some money. That would be great, and totally, if we can then mop up the remaining and get it done, that would be fantastic. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilor Benjoko. Councilor Dogar?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Madam, once again, you are doing a great job. So I just want to ask you, are you keeping something which are attractive for the tourists also, certain arts, so that you attract the tourists also?
Through the chair to Councillor Dogar, yes. Experiential tourism is a part of the operating plan. We work in partnership already with Athabasca Tribal Council in Fort Chipewyan and are expanding that into Fort McMurray. We're also very friendly with McMurray Métis and have had a long history of partnerships with them. And also with the Multicultural Association. So art is absolutely for everyone, and we are part of what I'm calling the tourism corridor. So starting with McDonald Island Park, the Total Aboriginal Trail, the Métis Cultural Center, the Waterfront Arts Incubator, Kiam Park. There's quite a compelling little story and trip for visitors to our region and residents as well to really enjoy. And yes, the arts absolutely needs to be a part of that. That's how we tell our stories. That's how people identify what your region is about. When delegates or VIPs come to the region, it's art that is presented to them to remember us by and to say thank you for coming. So I think having some support for the arts it's definitely time. So, and yes, we plan to be very, very active in that field.
Thank you.
Well, thank you both, and I'm actually heading down the ledge on Monday, so maybe we can talk before I go and see what we can maybe get in the Premier's ear and see what she can help with. And then we'll come back and we'll talk with council and yourselves and see what we can come up with, move further. But let's try to get as much as we can out of the province.
Absolutely.
First, I think the municipalities put a lot in there, and we see local Syncrude and Suncor, Boucher Group, BME involved. So I think the communities put quite a bit in there. So let's try to squeeze the province for a little bit here, and then we'll readjust. So thank you both.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Next up is a presentation from REMAX, BP Slow Pitch League, Single Athletic Park Clubhouse, and Single Athletic Park Concessions, like Luana Boussier and Mike Vickers to present. And whenever you're ready, you might have to turn that mic off, then back on, Luana. It might time out. There you go.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. For the record, my name is Luana Boussier, and I'm joined by Mike Vickers. Mike is the 3-league liaison and our umpire-in-chief. I am the past president of the REMAX BP Slow Pitch League, but I'll be speaking tonight as I've been directly involved with the issues that we're bringing forward and have the historical context. For those who may not be familiar with us, the REMAX BP Slow Pitch League is a long-standing, highly active user group within the community, and to the best of our knowledge, we are your biggest sport user group. We are also the organization that's responsible for securing the land of what is now Syncrude Timberlea Athletic Park for Phase 1, and it was our league that raised and provided all the funds and oversaw the construction of the first 4 slow pitch diamonds up at Syncrude Timberlea Athletic Park. Mike and I are here tonight to address some ongoing concerns related to the SAP concession and SAP Clubhouse. Those are 2 different buildings for those who are not aware. It's becoming increasingly difficult for our league to navigate the challenges that keep being put in front of us, despite prior commitments that are often made during various phases of park development. For the background, the SAP Clubhouse and all its amenities, and the SAP Clubhouse is where all y'all had your meetings during COVID. The concession is the smaller building right by the ball diamonds, so for context there. The SAP Clubhouse and all of its amenities were designed and developed with the input of multiple local sport user groups, including our league. Through multiple rounds of engagement with the RMWB, it was understood and very explicitly stated that the storage lockers that are part of the clubhouse would be for all SAP sport user groups. The storage lockers were purposefully designed with exterior access to allow user groups to retrieve equipment independently, especially outside of regular business hours. The clubhouse itself was intended to serve the greater needs of the entire park. It was the municipality that would be either operating the SAP Clubhouse or securing a user to operate the SAP Clubhouse. The clubhouse change rooms were also designated for the sport user groups and for events, although they are completely inaccessible now as the RMWB has been using them for storage. The SAP concession was for the exclusive use of the then Labatt Slow Pitch League, which is now the REMAX BP Slow Pitch League. Our current concerns are that despite all of those understandings, we're faced with multiple barriers. The concession access, although clearly intended for our league, numerous issues and concerns have made access to and operation of that concession unnecessarily difficult. Conditions have been imposed on our league that are unreasonable, that are representative of excessive administrative oversight, and that are inconsistent with how other sport user groups operate similar municipal facilities. The clubhouse storage and facility use, we've now been informed that as of the end of 2025, our access to the storage facilities is no longer guaranteed. Administration has decided to issue an RFP for the use of the clubhouse, although I have heard that there could be nonprofit groups being given the space, which with my other hat on is difficult to speak out against, but it is a sport building. So with putting that out to RFP, we've been advised that we could lose use of the storage facility. We are allowed 1 storage locker each, which is fair. For us, that's nowhere near sufficient, and we rent for the tune of about $4,000 a year another space up at Sentinel, and it's my understanding that some business has use of one of the storage lockers for free. I don't know if that's true or not, but if so, that's a problem for us. Although there's been improvement, a lack of consultation has continued to be problematic. Decisions that affect our access to these amenities continue to be made without input from user groups who depend on them and who are part of shaping their design in the first place. This has eroded the trust and collaborative spirit that has originally defined all phases of this project. In the interest of transparency, I do want to say, in spite of being asked, I declined offers to try to resolve this with administration prior to coming to you, in part because we want our concerns on record and a solution on record. I have had some conversations with the manager of community services, Janelle Fleury, who I know isn't here tonight, and some of the issues that I brought forward to her in terms of our concerns about administrative oversight, she absolutely agreed with and has said that they should be brought forward. So our request tonight is to get at least a 20-year commitment or agreement, which I understand isn't possible. What I actually want is an agreement that expires the day y'all read my obituary, so I don't have to keep coming back here and I can actually retire from the league. But considering that's not an option, we'll take whatever we can get. We would like exclusive use of the concession. Right now we have first right of refusal, and that in and of itself presents a bunch of barriers. So we would like exclusive use of the concession, not the clubhouse. We want continued dedicated use of the exterior access storage lockers up at the clubhouse. We would like either an establishment or revision or a reminder of implementation of a policy that requires your administration to consult with us and all user groups on major changes that impact the park or the user groups. This formalization would provide clarity, stability, and what we're looking at. In closing, we're a large, committed league that contributes to the vitality of this community. We're not asking for more than that was committed and intended. We're just simply asking for what was committed to us to be upheld and respected. And we need the support that reflects the history, effort, and good faith that we've consistently shown. Thank you for your time and consideration, and we are happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, Lana, and thanks, Mike. I'm sure you contributed somewhere. Luana, so was it, if that was the intent and that's how it started off, was it ever used the way you anticipated to be used or you wanted to be used?
The clubhouse, you mean? So the storage lockers are used. The clubhouse has never been used. Actually, Councillor Ball was, he built it.
I used to rent the clubhouse 10 years ago.
So
for
it's
classes,
not like, no, it hasn't been. They have this beautiful industrial kitchen in there.
Yeah.
I'm not sure that the deep fryer's ever been turned on. We're not allowed to use it. And nor should we. It's the clubhouse that's intended for the footprint of the park. The big, well, Councillor Ball can probably speak to it, but it was supposed to be opened for people for the water park to come over, get some French fries, for cricket players, everybody. The storage lockers are used. The change rooms, like you have the senior games coming to our community. Slow pitch is one of the events. You're gonna give away the clubhouse to an RFP, and one of the requirements is professional umpires and giving them a headquarters and a place to change. And you're gonna have a clubhouse that's perfect for that and not available. So I don't know how that need's gonna be met. It's gonna be an expense. I don't know why the clubhouse was never used. I have no idea. The concession we use, we have first right of refusal, which is not what we want. What that means is if a group decides that they want to use it for 4 hours on a Saturday, if we can't find the manpower to do it, or we don't want to do it, we have to take everything out of the concession, let them go in and use the concession, and then move everything back into the concession. And we want exclusive use where we're not doing that.
So what other groups would be using the concession? Like for just an example, like you're at the ball field, so
So it'll be if you decide you want to have a family event,
Okay, that's.
your
yeah.
family, like
So
it's
not a-
whoever wants to
okay.
use it. We have to pack up and move or run it and get all the permits, get the insurance, all of those. There's expenses that come with it too,
Yeah.
right? And for the record, we are a 100% volunteer league. Aside from lots of extra ball clothes, nobody really benefits from this league, right? Like from being on the executive.
Perfect. Thanks, Lana.
Thank you.
Councillor Ball?
Yeah, I would be up next. Thanks, Luana and Mike. Oh, thanks, Luana. You just sat and looked good there, Mike. You're not wrong, Luana. You know that. I guess my question isn't really for you. It's going to be for administration. Like, what is the problem? Like, why has this sat like this? Why do we, I know this has been a long fight for you and your league. Why are we in this place? Like, what barrier is in the way?
Okay, so I'll try to answer that. I don't know that question, Councillor Ball, and I'll say that I recognize quickly that this is an underutilized building, as to what the presenter and Luana has stated.
What? Can I interrupt? I want to separate the two buildings. So I'm just asking about the concession right now. The whole ask for exclusive right, because the clubhouse is a totally different entity.
Okay, so my understanding is there a current agreement, first right of refusal on the concession?
Yes.
Yeah, so there is an agreement, and then there's meetings where we had other conditions imposed on us. As an example, it's not in our written agreement, but we were told 100% of our proceeds need to be donated to charity, or we can't use the concession. And then a follow-up of what did you do with your money? What charities did it go to? And with respect, it's not your business what we do with our money. We should be able to subsidize the cost of our league if we want. We've given well over $1 million to charity. We're well known for supporting local charities. But to tell us that to get like even first right of refusal, we have to do that, feels like overreach. We're required to provide 24-hour security if there's alcohol in there. We provide security when we're there and the players are playing and until everyone's gone, but we have to pay for security 24/7 when places like Casman that has alcohol in it, they don't have to, but we have to pay for security. So that's unwritten, but it's understood very clearly by us in our meetings.
Councillor.
I have some.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Councillor Ball.
I've got a whole long line of stuff here to ask, so.
Okay.
It might take a little bit just to organize my thoughts. And this, just for administration's sake, I'd like to understand, or I guess I'd like administration to understand that the presenters aren't wrong. When we did the community consultation piece relative to that park, it was developed originally by their ball league and it was paid for by them. It was turned over to the municipality some years later. And of course, there was a number of phases after the fact that eventually redeveloped the park and built the buildings. And Syncrude was a donor to get the naming rights and of course the initial construction of the clubhouse. But during the conversations, and my apologies, Luana, but I think I said, what will it take to shut you up? And you said, I need a concession right here. And we put that on the drawings. And I mean, if anyone doesn't know, I built the park. It was my job to build that park. So that took place. And I don't think that's any much different than how we developed the addition of the Doug Barnes facility, the new addition to the Doug Barnes cabin, where I'd like to know from administration, do they have first right of refusal in that facility? Well, it's a very similar thing. We increased the size of that building so that they can run their operations out of it. And I believe we just handed them over the building. So how is it any different than what we're doing at the ballpark, or what we could be doing at the ballpark?
Through the chair, I'm looking at my colleagues there. Tony of Community Services.
Keeping in mind that the facility at the Birchwood Trails is significantly better than what this measly concession is.
Through the chair to Councillor Ball, the lease agreements for the concession are being held in land administration with planning and development. The clubhouse being separate topic, but you're correct that the contract with the operations for the Doug Barnes cabin was provided for Ptarmigan Nordic Ski Club, and there was no operator for the clubhouse in history. It was always operated by the municipal staff. The RFP was recognizing that it's dormant right now, and there could be opportunity that it could be used for community, for sport. That was the intention behind the RFP, so that it doesn't sit dormant.
Okay, so that's not the point I'm trying to make. Is the Doug Barnes cabin, the additional structure that was built, and I believe it's somewhere in the neighborhood of $6 million, was built there to support the operations or the usage of the Birchwood Trails for the ski club. And no different than how this concession was built. I'm not talking about the clubhouse. The concession was built to support the operations of the ballpark for the ball users. Yet, I believe they may have different agreements in place on how those buildings are utilized. I guess I'd like to know why. Or are the agreements the same?
I'm just going to chime in here, because I think if maybe Janelle was here, had more kind of coverage on this, but I think as this is a presentation from Luana and Mike, we can direct questions to them on what's going on, but I think and we can't really make any decisions based on, we're just accepting information, but I think we can ask administration to work with Luana and her team to possibly redo new agreements, because there must obviously been agreements in the past for these facilities, but maybe look at new agreements for you guys to work together and come up with a new agreement that works better for you guys and for the users of the facility.
So during this meeting, we can't make a motion to direct administration to give the current Slow Pitch League exclusive rights to that facility for a term, I think I heard 20 years. We can't do that at this meeting, because I'll make that motion right now.
It would have to come. It would have to come back. It would have to come back, Councillor Ball.
Oh. See you tomorrow.
But do you?
So I'll just say, well, probably let it go, I guess now. But she's not wrong. The clubhouse, yes. The as she mentioned, the storage area was specifically designed for the usage of the sport user groups in that park. And the reason it's called a clubhouse is because it's a clubhouse for the use of those parks. If we're going to fill it up with, and I don't want to rain on any not-for-profits parade, that's not my intention, but that's not why that building was built. Administration, the building was handed over to. The building was handed. I'm going to finish. I'm going to finish it. The building was handed over to administration, and it was never operated.
Right now, it's just questions of the presenter, Councillor Ball. If we get into a debate right now, or we don't have the information in front of us, so I think if there's once we have a motion on the floor, that could be done, and then we can come back with. If there's notice of motion, come back at the next council meeting, and then have that on the floor. Just want to give me a second here. Yeah, you can go ahead, Luana, if you have answer to Councillor Ball.
Yeah, I just, through the chair to everybody, I just did want to be clear that the overreach that we're talking about and the unreasonable conditions, that administration is no longer here. So I just want to be clear. It's like, it's not Tony, it's not Janelle, it's not planning and development. They're no longer here. So I just want to be vocal about that. So Tony didn't feel tossed under a bus.
Councillor Ball's point about, so the agreement that's actually in place, is that agreement sufficient, or was there overreach that wasn't in the agreement? That is what the issue is.
That agreement has first right of refusal.
Okay, so there is problems with that agreement?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Did you have any other questions, Councillor Ball?
No, I'm good.
Okay, Councillor Grandison?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through the chair. Mine is really simple. I mean, Luana, you eloquently put, you've been there since forever, and when your obituary is read, that'll be the end of it. But we worked together for over 20 years up there, and everything that you've all heard is every word of it has been true. Somewhere the ball got dropped. I just want to point out, just as a point of context, so Mike is the new umpiring chief. I used to train the umpires for 20 years. I was not allowed to use that facility, even to rent it, to train umpires, because there was a church group in there on the weekend. And it was a sports facility, and I was told I wasn't allowed to use it. We had umpires come in for national tournaments that weren't available to get into a building that we built for that purpose. And as an umpire who's done the senior games in Fort McMurray before, I can absolutely tell you, when you're out on a sports field for 12 hours in the sunshine, if you do not have a facility, you're going to have a whole lot of medical problems with senior citizens. So those are the reasons those buildings were built in the first place, and they have never once been used properly. Thank you.
Okay, I didn't get the question, but any other councillors have a question? I'll give you a pass. You have a scarf on.
Through the chair to Councillor Grandison, that's correct.
That doesn't count. So that's the concession. So if we can get administration to work with you to get a new agreement for the concession. Now the storage lockers, how many do you need for the ball? Does Cricket use them as well, or just ball?
I'm not sure if Cricket uses it. They're really growing a lot, their group. I actually, you know what? I don't even know if they know they're there for them to use, to be honest with you.
Yeah, because I can tell you, I know there's stuff in there that I didn't know was there. I was just up there last week going through the building, so I just realized where the access was.
Oh, okay. Well, toss the stuff out. We'll take a couple of them.
And I don't see Councillor Ball here, but I know he might have a motion here. Just be 1 second.
You don't see me.
Councillor Ball, did you want to make a motion there?
I just don't, yeah. I would, but I don't really know the verbiage of it at this point.
I think CeeLo Brown sent it to you. That would...
In my email?
I believe it's a text.
Yeah, I didn't get that. Oh. Oh, wait, I'm looking at the wrong one. Sorry, I see it now. So the motion is the a little thin, I won't lie. It's to say and bring back a report for council's consideration. I'm more on the lines of work with the user group to get an agreement where they have a 20-year lease or 25-year lease. I can't remember what. I don't know when your obituary will be, so I can't really state that. That provides exclusive access to the facility. I'm just writing it out here for myself.
Yeah, as long as the motion just says to return for consideration to council, I think you can make whatever motion you want as long as it says to return to council.
Can I ask why it needs to return to council? I believe the lease for every other facility was done by administration.
But I don't think council instructed it to be done. I think this is because this is a request for presentation tonight.
Okay, fair enough. No, that's fair.
Or even if Councillor Ball, if you don't want it to come back to council, you can refer to administration to work with the user group with those conditions. Your call point of order on me?
Did I call point of order? No.
We're not doing anything. I don't think so. That out of order is not upheld. So Councillor Ball, you can either be referred back to council or referred back to administration.
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay.
All right. So I'll start off by saying I move that the presentation be accepted as information and that admin work with the REMAX Boston Pizza Slow Pitch League or user group to complete a 25-year lease providing exclusive access and return with a report for council's consideration. For the concession, obviously. I guess you should add that in there.
Councillor Ball, do you have that typed up anywhere? Written down?
Not really, no. Kind of
Okay,
loosely written between two things.
If you want to read it again.
Sure. I move that the presentation be accepted as information.
We're just going to do this.
And that administration work with the REMAX Boston Pizza user group to complete a 25-year lease for the concession, and I'll add in, and the storage lockers, providing them exclusive access, and return to council with a report for consideration.
You have a question on that?
Well, just looking for a date on Councillor Ball's. It has to be a date. There should be a date on it.
By July 8th.
There.
Okay, thanks.
Is that the date we said? The 8th? I think it is, yeah. And I'll speak to that, saying That was the intention of the project from day one. No different than some of the other facilities that we have created in this municipality.
Thanks, Councillor Ball. Is everyone clear on what the motion is, or do we need to put up on, I think we're, Jay will put it up on the screen in a few minutes. It's going to be up on the screen here.
Yeah, I'll read it to make sure it's right.
Councillor Benjoko?
I'm not clear about the motion.
It's going to go up on the screen
making.
here.
Yes.
Oh, it's over there.
Yes, that looks good. We could add a nominal rate, because I believe that's what we do with all of the user groups.
We want to read it with the nominal rate added to it, Councillor Ball, so we can make sure we have the correct motion up there.
Sure, can do. That the presentation be accepted as information and administration work with the REMAX BP Slow Pitch League to complete a 25-year lease at a nominal rate for the concession and the storage lockers in the clubhouse, providing them exclusive access, and return to council with a report for consideration by July 8th, 2025.
Well, and how many lockers do you need? Because other user groups are probably using lockers as well in that area.
Yep, through the chair to Mayor Bowman, like we were told we could have one. If they're not being used by other sport groups, we would gladly take two.
Because you're using one already, right?
We're using one,
So
and
you
then
don't- there's
we've
not enough
rented
room.
a 10 by 10 at Sentinel.
Right, so you need two. So if it could say 2 storage lockers, because right now it's reading basically you would have all the storage lockers, these storage
I
lockers.
know, we noticed that.
Yeah,
Are there-
and
We
I
were
heard you
pretty
jump to
happy.
say no.
No,
Are there 4, Luana, just for clarity point, are there 4 lockers in there?
there's 6, I believe.
6? Yeah, but the intention was to divide them amongst the sport user groups. So in reality, you've got soccer, cricket, slow pitch, and we had baseball, but baseball left, and we turned the baseball diamond into a slow pitch diamond. So in reality, if you've got 3 user groups in there, and there's 6 lockers, it would make sense that each user group would get 2.
Right, so motion's been changed to 2 storage lockers, Councilor Ball.
Yeah, that's fine.
That's good. Okay, does everyone see that on their screens? Can I get a second for that? Who seconded it? Thanks for second, Councilor Grandison. Does Council have any comments, questions, or debate points before we vote? Councilor Banjoko? Oh, sorry, Funky, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Does giving them exclusive access exclude other users, and how does this impact other users?
Through the chair to Councillor Banjoko, this is just the ball, like the concession. So it is in the middle, right by the parking lot for ball. Like soccer asked once when they were having provincials, and we were willing to do it for them, and then they didn't end up needing it. But to be fair, I suppose it could if soccer wanted to use it, but it was built for us.
Okay, so at your discretion, you can allow others to use it, right?
Yeah, and I mean, we offered to do it for soccer, to give them all the money. We're a very collaborative group. Like, we're not out to hurt anybody, but it's Mayor Bowman's family wants to use it because they want to put their Gatorade in there, and we have to spend 15 hours cleaning it out. It just is unreasonable. No, sorry, just as an example. Sorry. Yeah, just as an example, like somebody wants to use it. Yes. We've had a lot of, during tournaments, families come up and want to use the picnic tables when we're barbecuing. We've moved away so they can have their little thing in the middle of a tournament. Like, we do try to be incredibly collaborative, but yeah, to answer your question, honestly, could, yeah.
Thank you. My second question is, how does the 25 years agreement compare with other similar leases that we have? This is to CA or administration.
So maybe I can answer this a little bit, Councilor Bill. I think to this motion will do is bring it back to us on the 25th, and I think then administration will be prepared to answer that, because this will still come back to us on July 8th before we make a decision.
Yeah,
so
but I think they would.
They may have some information now. I'm just letting all council know that this will come back on the 8th to make a decision.
Okay.
If
Thank
you know
but
anything else, CEO, about are there leases?
I would like someone to look. I don't think it's so difficult to check. Yeah, I would like to have some answer about that, because I'm going to vote tonight.
Through the chair to Councillor Benjoka, we're going to need some more time to do a little bit of background check on similar type of agreements.
Even if it's one.
So like I said, it's going to come back on July the 8th for us to make the decision, and they'll have the information at that time. So this is just for administration to work with the user group on an agreement. Then the agreement will come back to us on July the 8th.
Yeah, thank you.
And then we'll vote, if that makes sense.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I appreciate that explanation. But I really don't think it will be so difficult to know if it's 18 years, 10 years is a norm or something. And I just thought administration could check rather than say it's not possible. I don't believe it's not possible to know.
We're not saying it's not possible. We just need a little bit of time to do a background check to answer your question correctly, just to do some checking and see if there is other agreements of that length.
Okay. If I can get the answer now, if I could get the answer even later before the July 8th, I would appreciate that. Of course, I would love to vote for this tonight, but I think we need to know. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilor Joko. Councilor, have any other questions, comments, or debate points? I'm not seeing any, so I'll call for a vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thanks, everyone. Mike, do you have anything else to add before you leave?
Through the chair to the mayor. No, I'm good. Thanks.
Thanks. Thanks, Mike. Thanks, Lana. And council, right now, we'll take a 10-minute break. We'll be back at 7:35. Welcome back, everyone. Moving on, we have a presentation on public service site review. I'd like to invite Planning Development Services up to present, please.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. For the record, my name is Amanda Owens, Director of Planning and Development Services, and with me tonight is Such Chanjiuk, Manager of Development Planning, and we're here to present an overview of some public service sites in Fort McMurray which are zoned to allow for schools. Following the May 13th public hearing for rezoning the École Boreale site in Abasam, residents brought forward some concerns for the construction of the new school, and questions were asked of administration about alternative sites. At this time, not much information was readily available as there was a gap in discussing alternative sites. Since then, administration has worked with the school board to identify alternative site options, assess the requirements, review municipal infrastructure, and estimated costs for the school board to locate on a different site should they decide to do so. On May 13th, bylaw number 25013 was brought forward to council for consideration. The amendment presented by Planning and Development Services involved the redesignation of a portion of an existing school site in Abasam from public school district to Parks and Recreation. The purpose of this amendment was to accommodate the development of a new school on this site. The proposed location of the new school in Abasam is outlined in red on your screen, and the existing school remains situated on the current public service designated lands as shown in blue on your screen. During the public hearing, there were people in support and opposition of the project. Following the public hearing, bylaw number 25013 received second and third readings and was subsequently approved by council. As previously stated, there were outstanding questions about other site locations as this was a gap in the process. As such, administration has since conducted a comprehensive review of potential alternative locations for École Boreale school development should they decide to relocate. Through this process, the following sites have been identified for consideration of the school board. These include Parsons Creek, Stone Creek, and Abrams Landing. Parsons Creek is zoned for school use, but not municipally owned, resulting in land acquisition uncertainties and potential delays. Nearby incompatible commercial uses and a significant municipal funding commitment are additional challenges to this site. Stone Creek is municipally owned and zoned appropriately. However, significant grading issues exist. There is an overlap with Fox Hill Disc Golf Park, and there's a high cost to prepare the site and make it overall feasible, which makes it an overall not a feasible option for the school. Abrams Landing is municipally owned and zoned for public service, with fewer grading challenges and no major adjacent pipeline concerns. Further subdivision is required, and there is a notable municipal funding requirement for the site. The site is generally compatible with adjacent land uses, but includes some safety considerations related to a nearby snow storage area which could be mitigated. This information was shared with the school board, whom we have developed a positive working relationship with. The school board has indicated that in the spirit of being good neighbors, they are open to considering an alternative site for École Boreale, and after an internal assessment have conveyed that Abrams Landing site would be their preferred option out of the alternatives available. This is mainly because Abrams is the most shovel-ready and requires the least amount of design work to the location. The delivery of the school's construction is the responsibility of Alberta Infrastructure, and they have invested a significant cost in the process so far. The proposed school's design is 98% complete, and the school board will aim to keep current design to reduce costs and delays should they decide to relocate. The process of moving to an alternative site could delay school construction by 11 to 17 months, and there is a possible risk of losing federal funding if the project is delayed too long. The school board has also confirmed that the Ministry of Education's approval will be required prior to relocating to a different site, and that if the school board decides to relocate elsewhere, they would need financial support from the RMWB to do so. This financial support is related to the municipality absorbing the cost of site servicing, technical reports, and design modifications, and other costs not covered by Alberta infrastructure. The school board has also raised two key requests should they decide to relocate the school. This includes the municipality funding a soccer field at the new site, as this is not included in the provincial budget, and that students have access to the Twin Arena to maintain skating program that is currently available through their outdoor rink. The school board has expressed a strong understanding of the Abasang community's concerns and their desire to minimize further disruption. They are committed to being a responsive community partner and remain open to conversations. In short, the school board is willing to consider relocating École Boreale to Abrams Landing if the RMWB is prepared to support the additional financial and logistical requirements, and provided that provincial approvals are secured. Administration did a high-level analysis of the costs, and it is estimated that construction associated to the infrastructure required to support the school could range between $5 and $6 million. Administration is sharing this information publicly with Council this evening for your awareness and in the spirit of full transparency. This concludes our presentation. Thank you.
Thanks, Amanda. And just questions from council, and just to remind council, there's no motion being made on this item or no debate required, but just questions right now. Councillor Ball?
Thank you. Through the chair. Amanda, I guess what my question is, you'd mentioned a subdivision would be required for the Abrams site. How big would the piece of property be?
Through the chair to Council Ball, we evaluated a site that was about 3 hectares, 30,000 square meters, give or take.
So the new site would be around 3 hectares?
Through the chair, that is correct.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Ball. Councillor Dogar, question?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the nice presentation. I just want a little question. What is the problem for the public board present building? Why are they want a bigger one, or they can't accommodate themselves?
Through the chair to the question, during the public hearing, there were many different user groups, students, different stakeholders that all had a variety of different items for support or items for against. Overall, what administration recognized is that there was a gap in information being provided that evening and throughout the process of the École Boreale project, and that included looking at alternative sites in more detail, which is why we're back in front of council this evening to provide those other alternatives and to share that information publicly.
Did administration went and have the feel of the old building? Is it too tight, or it is accommodating them or not accommodating? What is the problem?
Through the chair to Councillor Dogar, if I recall, the Boreal School Board indicated that it was end of life.
Fine, thank you.
Councillor Boussier?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Bowman. What's the rationale for this being presented? Is there a decision supposed to be made tonight, or is this just information?
No, this is listed as just for information. I was actually going to ask, maybe this might answer your question. Maybe this might answer it, Lance. Is this coming forward because the school is asking what other land's available?
Through the chair to the question, during the public hearing, there were various questions that came up multiple times, all in relation to alternative sites. So this information is coming forward as a follow-up and providing that in a public manner.
Okay, I guess through the chair to the presenters, and I'm not sure if you were part of this whole discussion when it first came years ago, but one of the questions we asked the applicant was, like, there was no other, he mentioned there was no other lands, no other options. And now we look at 3 options that were probably still available for them 3-4 years ago. So I guess I'm just looking, how did we miss it?
Through the chair to the question, and such you might be able to add more than I can. I was not here during that process. I personally looked into it as much as I could to understand what the conversations were. From my understanding, it wasn't ever a really detailed discussion. It seemed like from the onset of the project, it was already established that that was going to be the location that they were moving forward with. There wasn't any real analysis done prior to the application.
Yeah, and I didn't think you were here, Amanda, or part of that. I guess where I struggle with is, honestly, I believe that we owe the residents of Abisan their lives back. Like these folks, I don't live in Abisan, but these folks deserve their life. I mean, they've been in a construction zone for a decade. And now we're gonna, if the decision is to rebuild in Abisan, it's gonna put them in another 3 to 5 years of construction. I don't think anybody deserves that. And I get the fire, and there was nothing we could do about it, but I would hope that somehow we can do something, and maybe if both the applicant and RM are on side, just find a different location, whether it's going to cost a few bucks, but I feel bad for the folks in Abisan. I mean, I couldn't imagine what they've gone through.
Councilor Banjoko.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. So today, there's no debate, it's just to get this information. Yeah.
No, you're correct, Councilor Banjoko. There's no debate. Just ask questions on the information presented.
Yeah, I just want to reiterate that. So the Abrams landing is going to be big enough to have the classes up to 12th grade. The building will be big enough, and the green space and everything this land will be sufficient from the analysis that you did?
Through the chair to the question, that is correct. And our conversations with the school board is also in relation to them maintaining the new school design that they have for Abisan. Their preference would be to have that same design incorporated into any alternative site should they decide to relocate somewhere. So you're basically taking, give or take, the same building and plopping it on a new site, and this site is large enough to accommodate it.
Okay, and so the extra cost will be the cost of infrastructure to the place, because I mean, if it's this exact thing, then
through the
because
chair,
the cost of demolition is removed from the cost if it was Abasant, right? On the new site, there's no demolition, it's a fresh land.
through the chair to the question, and such, you probably have more to add to that. The budget that the school board has right now, they have an advantage of the location in Abisan because there's already existing infrastructure and facilities there that they'll be drawing from, including recreation. So the conversation and what we're presenting this evening is that should they decide to relocate to Abisan, there would be additional cost required to do that. Like you mentioned, infrastructure, recreation, some studies would be required as an example. And in that case, they're looking to the municipality to also provide financial support to offset those costs.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Banjoko. Councilor Ball.
Thank you. Through the chair, I did have two further questions. One would be the existing Abisan site. If they were to relocate to Abrams land, the school board would still have the responsibility to demolish and get rid of the old building, correct?
Through the chair to the question, that's correct.
So that would be still within their plan. So that opens up an additional school site, potential school site or green space for the Abisan residents, but obviously a smaller school that would suit that site.
Correct.
Okay, and the second question was relative to the servicing. That's just to provide do they need the water sewer brought into that site? Is that what we're looking at, or additional? I appreciate the green space side of it. That's pretty common. We partner with them anyway through our joint use agreement. So,
through the chair, at the Abisan site, I think there is water sanitary to the property line, and stubs go to the building. But because the location of the building is changing, they'll probably have to spend some money on stubbing the new building. I think in the new case, excuse me, if they were to locate to Abrams Landing, that cost probably would be theirs, but they have spent quite a bit of money already on the design component of it. And from our conversations with them, they're requesting that municipality absorb any new or any monies that Alberta Infrastructure has already spent on the design component, because otherwise it'll be twice the cost for AI, and AI would probably not be willing to spend that money.
Okay, I appreciate it. So you're talking about things like geotechnical to suit the engineering needs of the structure.
Yeah, so geotechnical reports, anything land related, any design cost, plus any of the amenities that are required to support a school, such as a soccer field or associated infrastructure, is what they're looking to municipality for support on.
Okay, and I get, okay, that makes sense. And so the further question would be, we accept this as information, which is wonderful. My assumption is the next steps would be, if the school was amenable to it, that we would be bringing forward a capital budget item for additional support to develop the school.
Through the chair, if council directs us, we can bring forward, or council can make the motion to approve a capital budget to support the school.
Right, well, I assume you would bring that forward as next steps.
If council directs us, we will bring forward a capital budget amendment, yes.
Yeah, I don't believe that's what we're doing tonight, though.
Through the chair, no, this is just for information.
Yeah, okay, great, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Ball. Councillor Dogar?
Thank you, for Mr. Mayor. My question is, did they, as the building has outlived its utility, completed its life, so that land belongs to municipality, am I right?
Through the chair, the land belongs to municipality. It is owned by municipality, it's MR.
So that will fall back to municipality for their own uses or disposing of. 5-6 million which you are giving, that land can do something compensation for that or not, if land is sold?
Through the chair, the land in Abrams Landing is also municipal. And we have an agreement with the school boards. Typically, municipalities would have an agreement with the school boards for them to operate on municipal lands. And so by way of allowing them to relocate onto a different site, municipality would get its land in Abasand back, but they'll have to allow them to go on to Abrams land. So it's a trade.
Public service, that board is not on Hardin Street, downtown?
Through the chair, I think you're asking a question about public school board.
Yes.
Through the chair, yes, they are down here, but this is not public school board. This is the French school board.
Okay, thank you. Sorry.
Councillor Grandison?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through the chair. So based on your information, you're estimating additional costs in the neighborhood of $5 to $6 million, just kind of doing and then there's potentially up to a 2-year delay. You said what, 1.5 to 1.9?
Through the chair to the question, it was 11 to 17 months was the estimate.
So
yeah.
That's where the 1.5 came in my brain. So up to a 1.5 delay, another delay. And I guess the reason I'm asking is we often do these projections that are 1.5 out that we end up 20, 30, 40% off in terms of our numbers because of escalating costs and price. So that 5 to 6 million could actually be 7 to 8 million as well, correct? Possibly.
Well, through the chair to the question, so Alberta Infrastructure is responsible for the construction of the project. We wouldn't be delivering it.
So what's the grant for then?
Through
what are they asking, 5 to 6 million more dollars?
It'd
They
be-
asking us for that?
Through the chair to the question, the 5 to 6 million would be costs in association with the construction. It's not the actual facility itself. It would be the cost for site preparation, potentially some, like a soccer field as an example for recreation. But the actual construction project of the school itself will be managed by Alberta Infrastructure.
And I do understand that, Amanda. I'm trying to talk about the extra costs because those extra costs wouldn't necessarily exist if it was where it was. That's the reason I'm asking the question. If it moves, those are new costs. If it didn't move, they're not new costs, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so that's what I'm trying to get first off in my head, because I agree with Councilor Bussey. I lived in Abbotsford, and I was there for French school, and I was absolutely devastated when they moved it. So we have some residents whose lives have been disrupted, including mine when I was up there, and then we have others who moved to Abbotsford to be at the French school. So I'm just trying to get my head around, moving it would accommodate this, but it might also cost the taxpayers another $5, $6, $7 million, as opposed to remaining where it is. That's what I'm getting clarity on. And it will delay the project for this chartered school once again that they've been trying to establish for 5 years. It'll add potentially even another year and a half. Is that what I hear you saying?
Through the chair, that's correct. That's what we've been informed.
Right, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Grandison. Councillor Weigel?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And this is just clarity on my part as Councillor Grandison was going through. There's just stuff I didn't understand. So the site preparation, when somebody goes onto that site, because it's municipal land, do we have to pay for that anyway, or would that be a cost that they would normally endure?
Through the chair to the question, typically like development always pays for development. So I guess it would depend in the example that we're given, but if you want to provide more clarity.
So like if we sold that land to somebody else, like there's other churches and other things up there, would they pay to get that site ready, or would we pay for it to get ready?
Through the chair to the question, they would pay for it.
Okay.
Not
but
us.
Right now it's municipal land, right?
Correct.
Okay. And so then if we put a municipal building on there, then we would pay for that.
Correct.
Okay. Makes sense. Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Weigel. Councillor Ball?
And thank you through the chair, but that's not always the case, as the last question was just answered. And I'll use the example of the twin high school sites in Timberlea, the new ones with the giant football field and soccer pitch and running track, etc. All of the pre-construction costs on that site were borne by the municipality. We cleared the land, we graded it, we leveled it, we brought the services in, and then the schools built on it. So we typically partner with schools when we're building them. So it's not necessarily a black and white. It's definitely gray when it comes to school sites.
Thanks, Councillor Ball. Does any other councillor have any questions? I'm not seeing any. Thanks, Amanda. Thanks so much for the information. Next, we have the Tomorrow Project. I'd like to invite Tony Elliott, Community Services, and Christopher Cameron, Fuse Social. I've been waiting patiently since 5:45. And whenever you're ready, Tony.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Tony Elliott, Acting Director of Community Services. Shannon Rex, our presentation is not showing. Here we go. Shannon Rex, the Executive Director of Fuse Social, couldn't be with us this evening. With me instead is Christopher Cameron, consultant with Fuse Social, leading the Tomorrow Project. Also joining us is Luana Bousieres, Executive Director of St. Aidan Society, a key partner in the Senior Subsector Collective Impact Initiative. We are here tonight to provide Council with an update on the Tomorrow Project, a partner initiative supported by Council through the Community Investment Program. Fuse Social is the lead organization on the project, and I will turn it over to Christopher to provide more details.
Great, thanks, Tony. So the Tomorrow Project is an initiative led by Fuse Social that was developed in response to growing concerns for long-term sustainability of the local social profit sector. The intention of the project is to create a collaborative working group comprised of subsector representation to work together more effectively, share resources and expertise, and to identify and tackle duplicated efforts or service gaps. This is more than just a roundtable or a monthly meeting. Organizations that participate in the Tomorrow Project are committed to making meaningful change in the way their subsector group addresses shared issues while identifying shared goals that aim to deliver the best services that are currently meeting community needs. And it's intended that each subsector participating in the project will produce an action plan that outlines the outcomes and strategies for undertaking the work together. There is currently one subsector group actively working on their Tomorrow Project action plan. The senior subsector has worked together for well over 18 months to develop a collective impact initiative, resulting in the action plan provided as an attachment to this council report. Through their tireless discussions, the senior subsector group reached 5 collaborative milestones to date, identifying 2 project streams to identify service gaps in the urban service area, and highlight the need for 7 net new programs or services that will address those social needs.
Community Services was invited to review the progress that the senior subsector have made through the Tomorrow Project and was presented with a request to support this critical initiative. The Community Partnerships and Initiatives Department of Community Services has a shared vision for the social profit sector to be collaborative, aligned, and striving towards impactful community outcomes. In the action plan presented by the Senior Subsector Collective, 7 outcomes were identified that align with the new services. They are to reduce social isolation and promote community engagement, strengthen cultural identity and belonging, improve housing stability and reduce risk, support mental health and emotional resilience, close gaps in digital and health literacy, prevent abuse and mistreatment through education and intervention, and to model effective coordination across unified social profit sector. The action plan presented by the Senior Subsector Collective presents an opportunity for the RMWB to show that we are a partner for community-led solutions to social issues and service gaps. The Tomorrow Project, as a conceptual initiative, was funded through the Community Investment Program for 2022 to 2024. Now, the Tomorrow Project is taking a strategic approach to how this initiative is funded, seeking investment that advances the work outlined in the collective action plans. As a community partner and local funder, the RMWB is positioned to send a strong message to the social profit sector through the support of the Tomorrow Project. A message that says collaboration, efficiency, and meaningful impact are incentivized and valued. The Tomorrow Project highlights several ways the RMWB can show this support, including recognition of the urgency for other subsectors to participate in this initiative, by being a champion for the Tomorrow Project in how we advocate for collaboration in practice and in principle, and by investing in the outcomes of this project. The outcomes listed in the action plan brought forward by the senior subsector strongly reflect the values of the municipality and the work that the Community Services supports, particularly through the Family and Community Support Services Portfolio, or FCSS as we commonly call it. These outcomes reflect the current priorities that have been identified to strengthen community well-being. They also reflect strategic priorities of Council and the domains of an age-friendly community, a milestone the RMWB has recognized for achieving and must maintain.
So together with Fuse Social, the senior subsector collective initiative of the Tomorrow Project has been made possible by participation from St. Aidan Society, the Golden Years Society, YMCA, Nistawayu, the Multicultural Association, Some Other Solutions, Support Services Wood Buffalo, the Legion Branch 165, and McMurray Métis. The project has received funding from the RMWB and the Suncor Energy Foundation, and looking ahead, the United Way Fort McMurray Wood Buffalo is signed on as a major investor to the current action plan.
The next steps are an opportunity for the RMWB to reiterate its commitment to the Tomorrow Project, demonstrating how collaboration and a stronger social profit sector. The resolutions presented to Council today are to accept the collective impact action plan as information and to direct administration to support the initiative into 2026. And this concludes our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all. Is council have any questions? And I'll just remind council that I'll just save commentary and comments for once the motion's on the floor. Councilor Dogar, you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the nice presentation. And Fuse Social and tomorrow's project, is it the same name? Have you changed the name of Fuse Social to tomorrow's project?
Through the chair to the question, no, we are still Fuse Social. The initiative is the Tomorrow Project.
You know, in that you have included 9 well-known organizations, St. Aidan, Golden Year Society, Multicultural, all are well-known and established, whereas Fuse Social is not as well-known. I have visited them twice. You know, I saw some activity, but the others were very well organized and very well.
What's your question, Councilor Dogar? Your question?
After this is question.
Okay, yeah, I need a question.
So you are collecting 9 of them and making a project. So have you coordinated with these organizations? Have they agreed to accept your leadership?
Yeah, through the chair to for the question, they're all a collective group that's come together to work collaboratively, and Fuse Social is the convening organization just providing the support to do that. So they're all 100% behind the project.
Okay, thank you.
If I could just add to that through the chair to Councillor Dogar. We had a number of us that are part of the senior serving subsector had got started having conversations independent of Fuse because Fuse was busy with 2 other, heavily involved in 2 other, the mental health subsector and the child and youth subsector. And we actually went to them and asked for their help. As an executive director for 24 years, I can assure you Fuse is very well respected within our sector. They lead a lot of initiatives that maybe aren't well known, but help strengthen organizations through executive director training, executive director support. There's lots of things that they do that they're just not forward facing serving a client. We're their client. So it's less
Correct.
Visible.
Thank you for your services, Lorna. Whenever I went to your organization, I felt it busy. Your staff is working very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you have any questions from council? I'm not seeing any. Do we have any delegates to this item?
We have no registered delegates for this item. Thank you.
Can I have someone make a motion? Councillor Grandison?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the chair, I move that the collective impact action plan give me green. There we go. I'm back. I move that the collective impact action plan as outlined in attachment 1 be accepted as information and that the administration be directed to support the seniors subsector of the Tomorrow Project in 2026.
Thanks, Councillor Grandison. Thanks for a second, Councillor Ball. Now, does council now have any debate points, discussion, or comments? I'm not seeing any, so I'll call for a vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thanks, Chris. Thanks, Tony. Thanks, Lana. We now have bylaw 24/017, Audit and Budget Committee for council's consideration. I'd like to invite administration to present, please.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Caitlin Hanley, Manager with the Legal Services Department, and presenting with me tonight is my colleague Patrick White, Municipal Legal Counsel. At the May 27th, 2025 Council meeting, Council passed first reading of bylaw number 24017 to create the Audit and Budget Committee. Bylaw 24017 is based on the bylaw and audit committee model from the City of Calgary. The bylaw establishes a committee comprised of 7 members: the mayor, 2 urban councillors, 2 rural councillors, and 2 members of the public. The bylaw also establishes the positions of regional auditor and executive advisor, who would both report for employment purposes to council through the committee. These individuals would be appointed by council. The bylaw authorizes the regional auditor to establish and staff an office of the regional auditor that would be independent from the rest of municipal administration. The regional auditor would hire, set salaries, and establish administrative policies for these staff within the confines of the council-approved budget. The bylaw that is currently in front of you further sets out the role of the Audit and Budget Committee. And this would include setting the audit plan and providing it to council for their information, overseeing the regional auditor and the office of the auditor, and establishing a budget for council's approval, approving any additional audit services by external auditors that would not be included in the approved budget, up to a maximum of $50,000, instituting audits and program reviews of the municipality, reviewing internal controls and risk management at the municipality, assessing the effectiveness of the overall audit function, conducting performance evaluations on the external auditor, regional auditor, and executive advisor, meeting with the CFO on a quarterly basis, stewarding the annual budget process by holding budget workshops and collaborating with the CAO and the CFO to make budget recommendations to council, managing and administering the RMWB's whistleblower program.
So now I'm going to take a couple of minutes to talk about what has happened since this came to council in September 2024. So it's critical to note that there have been some changes to the legislative landscape since the bylaw 24017 was drafted and originally presented to council in September. In May 2025, Bill 50, the Municipal Affairs Statutes Amendment Act, was passed by the Legislative Assembly, and this act amends the MGA, the Municipal Government Act. Previously, Section 205, Sub 1, stated that every council must appoint one or more persons to carry out the powers, duties, and functions of the position of the Chief Administrative Officer. Now, that Section 205 states that every council must appoint one person to carry out the powers, duties, and functions of the position of the Chief Administrative Officer. With this legislative change, there is no longer a legal authority for the position of the regional auditor to report for employment purposes to a council-appointed committee and have their own office and staff separate from the rest of administration. Because the original bylaw drafted no longer complies with the MGA, a possible second reading amendment has been prepared for council's consideration for this evening. This bylaw amendment will set out the role of the regional auditor and require the regional auditor to work with and provide information reports directly to the committee. However, the regional auditor will report for employment purposes to the CAO, and further legislative support will be provided through the existing Legislative Services Department rather than establishing a separate position of executive advisor. Now, it is important to note that while the City of Calgary and the City of Edmonton currently have a separate and distinct Office of the City Auditor, The separate rule applies to the City of Calgary and the City of Edmonton as a result of Section 280, Sub 4 in the MGA, which also has them subject to ministerial approval to providing a specific authority for those cities to employ an auditor that reports directly to council. In 280 Sub 4, the City of, actually, I'm going to read the exact wording for you now. 280 Sub 4 states, the Council of the City of Edmonton or of the City of Calgary may, on the approval of the minister, appoint by bylaw an employee of the municipality to be the auditor for the municipality if the person is a chartered professional accountant and reports directly to the council. So the second reading amendment that has been prepared for council's consideration this night removes the management and administration of the whistleblower program from the committee's responsibilities. This change was included in the amendment because of a council resolution that was passed very recently on May 20th, 2025, the council meeting on the safeguards from repercussions policy from Councillor McGrath. This resolution directs that administration bring forward a policy that safeguards all regional municipality of Wood Buffalo employees from any repercussions when reporting instances of non-compliance with municipal policies, procedures, or processes, especially in situations where non-compliance actions results in negative mental, financial, psychosocial consequences for staff and members of public, and that this policy will apply to all staff, including exempt, union, frontline, leadership, permanent, part-time, casual, or contractors, and that the policy will allow for reporting to be made directly to a member of council. So the administration is currently undertaking review of the whistleblower program as a result of this resolution and because of changes within Bill 50 that repeal the Councillor Code of Conduct and the role of the Integrity Commissioner. So staff expects to return to council in the future with recommendations on a revised whistleblower program in accordance with the May 20 council resolution and the changes to the MGA. While this may include a role for the audit committee and require amendments to any committee bylaw that is currently passed, it is currently too early in our review to identify exactly what those specifics might be.
Last, in response to feedback from various councillors made to the CAO's office, the second reading amendment changes the committee name from Audit and Budget Committee to Audit and Compliance Committee. As part of this change, the committee would not be responsible for stewarding the annual budget process by holding budget workshops and collaborating with the CAO and CFO to make budget recommendations to council. Instead, the annual budget workshops would continue to occur in meetings before council as a whole, and the responsibility for stewarding the budget process would remain solely the role of council. So to summarize, if the second reading amendment is passed tonight, the bylaw before you for consideration this evening will still achieve the following things. It will establish the role of regional auditor and set out the regional auditor's roles and responsibilities as a designated officer. It will create a distinct relationship between the regional auditor and the committee. The regional auditor will have a responsibility to provide audit reports and information directly to the committee, but would report for employment purposes to the CAO. The committee will work with the regional auditor to create an audit plan. The committee will recommend the audit plan to council, and it will include recommendations for any special audits and program reviews that the committee believes should be undertaken. The committee will be responsible for reviewing the integrity of internal controls and risk management with the RMWB, with the help of the regional auditor, the CFO, and the CAO, and will make recommendations for improvements to council and administration. The committee will meet with the CFO quarterly. The committee will be involved in the external audit process, and the committee will be responsible for helping assess the overall effectiveness of the RMWB's internal audit function. So I understand that Jade has passed out a red line for you all, which incorporates the second reading amendment into the bylaw that was passed for first reading. This is to make it easier for you to see how the amendment actually impacts the bylaw, so you can see what the final bylaw will look like. So following putting of second reading on the floor, should a councillor choose to do so, we're proposing that there be a motion to approve the second reading amendments to this bylaw at attachment 2. After debate, and if approved, you will then proceed to debate the bylaw as amended. And you could choose to pass second reading and third reading tonight if that's what you'd like to do. I realize it's a little procedurally complicated, and I do apologize for that.
Not really. We've done this several times, so it's not.
But yeah, we'll walk you through it, and you can handle it.
Yeah. Thanks, Caitlin. Thanks, Patrick. Do we have any delegates to this item?
We have no registered delegates for this item.
Thank you. Can someone make the motion for the second reading? Councilor Doga, are you? No. Councilor Grandison? Yeah, after the motions on the floor, you can ask questions. Councilor Grandison?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that bylaw number 24/017, being a bylaw to create the Audit and Budget Committee, be read a second time.
Thanks, Councilor Grandison, and thanks for second, Councilor Ball. Now, would anyone like to make any amendments? The amendment would, as Caitlin mentioned, it would be to amend the bylaw number 24/017 to be replaced by attachment number 2. Councilor Benjoko?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Thank you for the presentation. I would like to make the motion, but can I have it written out clearly?
Yeah, we can get, Jay can write it up. Just be a second, it'll show up on your screen there, I think.
Okay, thank you. Where will it? Okay, is that?
Can you read that?
Yes, I can see that.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman, and thank you again. I move the motion that the second reading amendments as outlined on attachment number 2 be approved.
Okay. And thanks for the second, Councilor Grandison. Everyone should have attachment 2 in front of you.
Yeah.
So now we can go on to debate, discussion, or comments related to the amendment. So as Caitlin mentioned, right now we're just talking about the amendment. For passing that, whatever that ends up being, and then once, if that passes, then we'll move to moving that bylaw number 24/017 amended, being the bylaw to create audit and budget, what do you call it? Then we'll go to the second reading, and then we'll move to the third. Councilor Dogar, you have a question? Councilor Bajoka, you have anything?
No, I'm not very clear to use.
So we'll, right now, like, same as other times when we do we do a public hearing and we have second, third readings. If it's amended, well, right now we'll talk about the amendment. So if that needs it, we're going to debate the amendment right now and not the second reading. And once the amendment passes, we'll go back and then we pass the second reading. We vote on the second reading and then we'll go to the third reading.
I thought this is second reading.
We're in the middle of second reading, but
yeah,
we're voting 3 times instead of 2 because we have to vote on the amendment.
Okay, thank you.
It makes sense in my head. Okay, you have a question, Councilor Joko, or you good?
You
can ask questions, debate points,
now?
Whatever.
Okay. Thank you again for the presentation. So you had mentioned that the regional auditor will report directly to CAO, right?
So through the chair, sorry, to Councillor Benjoko. Yes, I think the way it would look is for employment purposes, there'd be sort of that, you know, the dotted lines and the solid lines. So for employment purposes, you know, negotiating salary, contracts, that sort of management would happen by the CAO. But in the bylaw, there are a number of responsibilities that this individual will be required to fulfill. And a lot of those responsibilities involve working directly with the committee and reporting directly to the committee.
Okay.
In that respect, if the CAO were to say to the auditor, I don't want you to do any audits this year, that regional auditor is going to be able to say, well, this bylaw specifies that I have to, and council has directed me to do so as a designated officer. So I'm going to do it anyway because I'm required to. That's, what the bylaw is there for.
Okay, thank you. And so there's no dotted line to the CFO in this one?
No.
Okay. Okay. And then, okay, I'll come back to the other questions. Thank you, Mayor.
Thanks, Councilor Majoko. Councilor Ball?
Thank you through the chair. In the amendment here under, where is this, under committee composition, item 7. I don't know if you're there or not, but it states the public members appointed to the committee shall be chartered professional accountants with experience in public sector accounting, and where there's no qualified candidate, a public member without the required qualifications may be appointed by council, provided they are financially literate, possessing a set of skills, experience and knowledge of financial matters that support informed and effective decisions. Who makes the determination on whether they're financially literate or not? Is this council appoints this committee, correct?
Yes, so through the chair to Councillor Ball, it would be council. And this is in here, it was in the original bylaw as well, that sort of catch-all. And it was intended, I think, to catch situations where perhaps you have a CPA who's retired and is no longer a member, but has the necessary skill set. But it would ultimately be up to council the same way it is when you appoint members to any committee or any municipal corporation for that matter.
Okay, no, that's all I had. Thanks.
Councilor Dogar?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, legal branch, for the nice presentation. I just want to ask if the provisions are given to Edmonton and Calgary, so why not for others? And what special provision, because of population, or could you please advise?
Through the chair to the councillor, so Edmonton and Calgary are special cities within the province. They have charters. And you are correct, they have a significant population and a budget much larger than ours. And so the requirements of having an auditor standing alone would be greater than that of smaller municipalities.
Thank you.
Councilor Boussier?
Thank you, Mayor. This is just questions about the changes, right?
Yeah, this is the amendment, yeah. So if there's any other amendments you want to add or change anything, this is the time, yeah.
Okay, first of all, I do want to acknowledge Councillor Banjoko for bringing this back. I certainly I appreciate the support our ICAO has had, and acknowledging that there was political and administrative interference in the last time this thing was brought forward. So I do appreciate your support, CAO. So my questions to Caitlin, and I appreciate all the work done in this. This is very good. And I'm in support of pretty well everything here. The only questions, I have 2 questions. So I don't know what page, I'm on this one here. So on page 4, on committee composition.
Yes.
Okay, 2 public members that reside in the RMWB. I had, or Councillor Stroud and myself had talked about being in Alberta. What was the rationale striking Alberta out and restricting these 2 volunteer positions to the RM?
Absolutely. So through the chair to Councillor Bussiere, the section 7 was altered a little bit so that it's 2 chartered professional accountants, in part because the budget function and the involvement in the budget process is no longer a part of the bylaw. On that basis, the conversation was that we felt there were sufficient chartered professional accountants in Fort McMurray that you would likely be able to recruit within Fort McMurray. If that's not something that you want to maintain, that would be a fairly easy amendment to remove.
Well, and through the chair to Caitlin, I certainly would support hiring or having 2 local volunteers. What I look at is we've had some folks retire that have maybe the skill set. And McMurray is not the retirement home, but it might be Edmonton or Spruce Grove. And why we wouldn't allow them. It's a volunteer position, we're not paying them, so, and I get the fact that support local, but, so my concern was, why would we take that out of there? Because it's a special skill set. And the other thing goes on to what you'd referenced. I'm wondering why we took out the chartered financial analyst. I understand it may be difficult. Someone may let that lapse. I'm not that smart, but I do know there's a significant difference between an accountant and a financial analyst. Huge difference. So they're 2 different streams.
So through the chair to the question, a financial analyst is primarily interested in your portfolio, in your investments, in making money, but not necessarily showing where your money was spent and determining whether or not you're following a particular process. Because the auditor is not just going to look at dollars, but they're going to say, did we follow our processes? Did we take all of the steps that were necessary in this order in which they're laid out? So this is why a CPA is better suited to that than a financial analyst, because this is not about, are we investing our money correctly? This is all about processing and tracking dollars within spreadsheets and things of that nature. And that's why we felt that as a CPA that has the skill set that would be necessary. And there were actually other certifications beyond that, but we weren't sure that we would be able to find those locally. There are auditing certifications, but we felt like the CPA would hit the mark as close as we could.
Right, and I certainly appreciate that, Patrick. I can tell you, though, I think a financial analyst, and I don't have anything in front of me to back me, but I think financial analysts would have more to do with asset management than a CPA or a CGA or an accountant would. So that would be one reason I would just say, why wouldn't we open it up to a CFA and a CPA? And I know it's not debate, but I guess the rationale, I'm just looking for the rationale and why we eliminated the province and we have to have talent from here. Which, if it's here, I'm okay with that. Like,
maybe Councillor Bussiere, this is time for a discussion debate as well. Would yourself and council be okay if it was 2 public members that reside in the RMWB? Do we attempt to get them from the RMWB? If not, we go elsewhere in the province.
Correct. I'm just not sure why we scratched out 1 member should be a CFA. Like,
I don't know.
Well, that's what I was looking for. Second question I had. On the schedule, Caitlin, and this could have been probably picked up back in September. On F, page 12, it says the external auditor, or the committee in collaboration with the CAO, must meet with the external auditor in the absence of administration at least quarterly. And again, maybe that was just copied and pasted from the last one.
Can you give me the section?
Pardon me?
Could you give me the section?
I'm on Schedule B.
Oh, Schedule B.
Page
Okay.
12 of 17
Perfect.
I have.
Thank you.
I guess there's probably no reason to meet with an external auditor more than once a year, is there?
Through the chair to Councillor Bussiere, I don't think so. I think this Calgary's external audit likely takes much longer.
Right, okay, so I would be okay. with just once a year changing that. Everything else, the last one is page 16 of 17. It's a regional auditor may, at the discretion of the CAO, we scratched out letter D, ensure advisory services work must not impede the regional auditor's ability to conduct objective audits at a future date. Just looking for the rationale why we would take that, remove that one paragraph or sentence.
Through the chair to the question. So when we changed the regional order from will to a may and adds the discretion of the CAO, it ensures that the CEO, if the auditor is overworked and is not able to then take on additional functions of, like for example, if Public Works asked for them to do some work, but it would somehow impede their ability to work on the things that the committee has asked them to do, the CEO's discretion would then kick in and said, no, we're going to table that optional audit and stick with the ones that the committee has asked us to do. So that's just, we've simply removed that because it's redundant.
Yeah, I will note, Councillor Bussiere, there are obligations elsewhere in the bylaw that they conduct objective audits.
Okay, I think that's it for now. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Bussiere. So looking at that committee composition, as Councillor Bussiere was, Councillor Bussiere, would you be, and Council, I'm going to just throw this out there, if item D on that read, attempt to obtain 2 public members that reside in the RMWB, then elsewhere in Alberta, that are not employed by the RMWB?
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Okay, and the other part that I wanted to bring up while we're on committee composition, item 6, is there's 2 councillors from Ward 1, 2 councillors from rural wards. I'm just wondering if council would be okay if it just said 4 councillors, because this is going to be a lot of extra work added on your plate, and I don't want to kind of pigeonhole council into having to make rural councillors, half of our rural councillors, be on this committee. I just think it's be open to all councillors, rural or urban.
Okay, Mayor, the reason it was there is the late Councillor Stroud was adamant that the rural had also, which I was fine with.
Yeah, and I am too. I just think we're giving, it could be all, just any councillors that want to get involved and do the work. I think this is an important committee that we want to get people in there to want to do the work and not force. Right now, we're forcing half of rural to be on this committee.
This will be a working committee, and it'll be a lot of work. And I'm certainly not volunteering to go on this. Like this will be a huge commitment.
Huge. I'm not saying rural can't. I'm just saying by this we're forcing half our rural to be on the committee.
I'm okay with that change.
Yeah, and I think we'll still have rural. I think we should still have rural on representation from everybody. Just don't force half rural, so we can make those changes if council's good with it. To be 4 councillors, and item D being attempt to obtain 2 members of the public that reside in the RMWB, then go to Alberta that are not employed by the RMWB.
Through the chair to Councillor Bussiere and the Mayor, I'm not sure if we want to do a second reading amendment, or if you just want to do a friendly amendment to this second reading amendment.
That's what I'm asking right now, is a friendly amendment.
You just want to do a friendly amendment? Okay. Jade, do you want to draft that? Do you want me to?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the chair, I've just got a suggestion as it relates to this that may be possible. One of my observations in the years, very similar to what you were just talking about, Mr. Mayor, of the intent of always having rural, ensuring that rural representation is there. Is there a way that this could be worded that that one councillor, based on their based on their desire, instead of forcing them? So if Councillor Stroud were here, for example, and she said, I want to make sure I'm on here, that we identify that a rural gets priority by their choice, not by the bylaw, but by choice. So if there's 4 councillors, one of them, if a rural councillor wants it, they get it. That's basically what, is there a way to word that so then we know that the rural is being represented, but without forcing them? Because there are times, and please forgive me, Stella, you can't make you couldn't possibly do this, or nor could you, and we have 2 of our rural people that aren't here now. So is this going to always plug up so this committee can't do its job? So that's my concern. So, but I'd still like the opportunity for a rural counselor to be represented. Does that make sense, Mr.
Yeah, and I don't even know if we have to word it like that. I think council would appreciate that, even if they wanted.
I think we will, but we got to word it so that the next ones do too. So I don't know. That's just a thought, Mr. Mayor.
It could be worded so it was 4 counselors with preference afforded to at least 1 rural counselor.
Okay. Councilor Banjogo?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I mean, one of the things I wanted to discuss is a two by two, so maybe we can just say 4 councillors and possibly 1 from the rural.
Fort McMurray.
And then for the RMWB residency, if we can put, like Mayor mentioned, RMWB and then Alberta, but I'm thinking, can we do RMWB and or Alberta if we can find someone in that?
Yeah, so we could say there are a couple things you could do. You could do 2 public members that reside in the RMWB, and if no suitable candidates are available in Alberta.
In
Alberta. Or you could do 2 public members that reside in Alberta with preference afforded to suitable candidates who reside in the RMWB.
Okay.
I would leave that to you to decide which one you wanted.
Okay.
Is there anything else we need to change in this before we take a 5-minute recess to kind of redo this? I'm not seeing it, so let's get those changes back and then we'll come back in 5 minutes. Welcome back. So for council's awareness, we'll share the friendly amendment on the screen. If no one has any issues, we can move forward. There's two up there.
I'm good with that.
Excel. Everyone okay with those friendly amendments?
I am.
Thanks, Councilor Ball. Okay, so those have been incorporated in the amendment attachment 2. So right now, everyone, we're going to call for a vote on attachment 2 amendment. Yeah, we're just voting on the amendments, the friendly, with the attachment 2 with the friendly amendments. That's carried unanimously. Okay, so here's the additional second reading with the changes that were requested. It will be, Councilor Grandison. I'll give it to you when it's ready. Yeah, so this is the amendment we discussed in relation to the councilors. Councilor Grandison, if you want to make that motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the chair, that bylaw number 24/017 be amended by striking B and C from section 6 and replacing it with a new subsection B to be recorded accordingly that states B, 4 councilors with preference afforded to at least 1 rural councilor. And the next is striking at least quarterly and replacing with semi-annually in Schedule B, Section 1, bracket F.
Thanks, Councilor Grandison. Thanks for the second, Councilor Bajoko. Does Councilor have any questions, comments, or debate points? Councilor Bajoko?
Did I? Oh, okay.
If not, I'll call for a vote. That's carried unanimously. Thank you, everyone. So now, for everyone's awareness, we go back to the second reading. So the way it would read, if council wants to make it, is basically the same. They moved it to bylaw number 24/017 amended, being a bylaw to create the audit and, what's it called now? No, compliance committee. Be read a second time. If someone wants to make that motion. Right. Right. So just reading it. Councilor Bajoko?
Can you project it? I can't see. Okay. Is it the same? Is this it's already done? Oh, just vote, okay.
Okay, so we'll call for a vote. And that's carried unanimously. Can I have someone make the motion for the third reading? Councilor Benjoko?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I move that bylaw number 24/017 be read a third and final time.
And thanks for the second, Councilor Ball. Are there any final amendments and any discussion or questions of council? Not seeing it, I'll call for a vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thanks, everyone. Next, we have up the report of the 2028 Alberta Summer Games. I'd like to invite Community Services to introduce the report. And okay, good.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Again, my name is Tony Elliott, Acting Director for Community Services. With me this evening is Roxanne Andrus, Community Coordinator for the Recreation and Culture Branch, who is taking the lead on the bid project. We are presenting recommendations for the 2028 Alberta Summer Games. The Alberta Summer Games, held every 2 years, is a program supported by the Ministry of Alberta Tourism and Sport. It offers a multi-sport competitive opportunity for developing athletes ages 11 to 16, focusing on sports featured in this Canada Games. All municipalities and band councils received an invitation from the Minister of Tourism and Sport to submit a bid to host upcoming Alberta Games. The benefits to all key stakeholders include the development of sport, growth in tourism, sport tourism, enhanced regional reputation, increased tourism and economic activity, and greater civic engagement. While hosting major events offers opportunities to showcase the region's passion for sport and culture, attract tourism, and stimulate the local economy, there are key considerations to weigh when making a decision to bid, including community capacity for volunteerism, sponsorship fatigue, and burden on municipal facilities and parks from extended use. There are several administrative recommendations due to the timelines and requirements of the ministry and the impact of the upcoming council summer recess. The recommendations are as follows: that council provide a letter of support by June 30th, 2025 in support of a bid to host the 2028 Alberta Summer Games, that council delegate authority to administration to select and establish a community bid committee to meet the timelines outlined in the 2028 Alberta Summer Games guidelines, which was included as attachment 1, and that council allocate up to $3 million from the Emerging Issues Reserve contingent upon being awarded the Games bid, and that council direct administration to take the following actions in support of a bid to host the 2028 Alberta Summer Games. That is to prepare and submit a letter of intent to bid with submission to be completed by June 30th, 2025, and to prepare and submit a complete bid package to host the 2028 Alberta Summer Games by the submission deadline of August 29th, 2025. And this concludes our presentation. We are happy to take your questions.
Thanks, Tony. Does council have any questions? I'm not. Oh, Councilor Boussier.
thanks for the presentation. Did we engage our partners? Did we speak to our other groups about submitting a bid?
Through the chair, Councillor Boussier, not at this time. It's really, this is the very initial stage to do a letter of support. That's the very beginning step of the process. It's all encompassing as one big resolution, set of resolutions, just do the timing. The letter of intent needs to be accepted before we even get an invitation to bid. That's when we would engage our community partners.
Okay. Wouldn't we want to engage before just to see if there's interest from our partners to follow through with this? Because we're going to need their help, right?
Absolutely. I don't know if Roxanne would have any additional information.
If we were given a little, through to the chair.
It's okay.
If we were given a little bit more time, we definitely would have had some key partners that we would have sought support from prior to coming. It is actually part of the bid process to get specific letters of support, so it is something that does come later. It is typical practice that we could have. It's not mandatory at this point in time, but it will be mandatory through the bid process.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Boussier. Councillor Dogar, you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. My question is, this 3 million which being spent, it is we are spending it or province is giving us?
Through the chair to Councillor Duggar, we do have, if selected for the games, we would have access to a $525,000 grant from the province that would help supplement, but the $3 million would be municipal funds dedicated toward the games.
Thank you very much.
Does council have any other questions? I'm not seeing any. Do we have any delegates to this item? Oh, sorry, Councillor Weigel. Do we have any delegates to this item?
We have no delegates, thank you.
Can I have someone make the motion? Councillor Weigel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, it keeps turning off.
Round two.
You're back on.
Thank you. That mayor be authorized on behalf of council to provide a letter of support by June 30th, 2025 in support of a bid to host the 2028 Alberta Games, and that 2, council delegate authority to administration to select and establish a community bid committee to meet the timelines outlined in the 2028 Alberta Summer Games Guidelines, Attachment 1. Number 3, that up to $3 million from the Emerging Issues Reserve be allocated to the 2028 Alberta Summer Games contingent upon being awarded the bid. And 4, that administration be directed to prepare and submit a complete bid package to host the 2028 Alberta Summer Games by the submission deadline of August 29th, 2025.
Thanks, Councillor Weigel, and thanks for the second, Councillor Ball. Do we have any debate, discussion, or comments from council? I'm not seeing. Oh, Councillor Boussier, go ahead.
Hey, just curious, do we have any idea what the cost is to host if we're elected or selected? Like, do we got a number?
We did have a number for the 2026 Summer Games, which was around 4.5 million. And we are projecting these ones to be more, considering inflation and additional costs that have come up that we didn't have then. So we will work through the budget process once we do the bidding, but that would be a rough estimate.
Okay, thank you.
And thanks for bringing this forward. And from my understanding, the economic spin-off in the community for the 2018 Alberta Winter Games was about $5.5 million. I don't know if you have that information, but I think it was around that. Where it would be hotels, busing, feeding everybody.
Yes, to the chair, there is significant economic spin-off from hosting any multi-sport games in the region, absolutely.
Perfect, thank you. Councillor Weigel? Oh, no, yes? I'm pretty sure it was about $5.5 million for 2018.
No, we don't have that number right with us, but if we can share it with council.
Sure, perfect, thank you. If there's no other questions, comments, or debate points, we'll call for a vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thanks, everyone. Thanks, Tony. Thanks, Roxanne. Next up, we have bylaw number 25/004, Electric Distribution System Franchise Agreement. Presented with second and third readings tonight. I'd like to invite Legal Services and Corporate Services to introduce the report.
Okay. So, good evening, Council. My name is Patrick White, Municipal Legal Counsel, and I am here to explain the Electric Distribution Service Franchise Bylaw second and third readings. So I'm going to just do a real brief recap. You've already heard this, but I'm going to repeat for those that didn't hear it the first time. I'm going to talk a little bit about the purpose of this bylaw, history of the agreement, what this agreement does, what it doesn't do, and what our next steps are in the process. So the purpose of this bylaw is to authorize the mayor and CEO to sign the agreement with ATCO. Normally, we don't have the mayor sign contracts. It's normally just the CEO, but we have to do this through a bylaw because of the Water, Gas, and Electric Companies Act, and the terms and conditions of this agreement will be found there. So our current agreement is due to expire very soon. It was first signed in 2012. It grants ATCO the exclusive rights to distribute electricity within urban service area, and it sets a franchise fee at 10%, caps it at 20%. It applies only to the urban service area. However, they do add in Sapere Creek into the urban service area, even though we don't normally refer to it as that. This agreement, what it does is it does everything from the previous agreement that we've signed in 2012. The franchise fee continues to be 10%. So the average monthly pay from ATCO to RMWB is $573,000. In 2024, we earned approximately $6.88 million. This new agreement will have a 10-year term and will be potentially renewed for additional 5 years. So this agreement, what this does not do is it doesn't affect our distribution charges. So the franchise fees is only a small part. The council has, through motions, been working with the province to try and equalize distribution fees for the rural municipalities, not just for us, but some of the others like Grand Prairie and Lethbridge, et cetera. So this does not actually impact this at all. It's a franchise fee, and that is already equalized across the province. ATCO has agreements with 80 other municipalities. So this is a sample from someone's electric bill. So this is like a typical homeowner here in the regional municipality. As you can see that the amount that they paid in the franchise fee, which is listed here as local access fee, was only $24.37. It represents this teeny tiny little part of the pie chart. The fee that everybody is really upset about lately, where we've seen our power bills just skyrocket, is actually the distribution charges, which you can see here is, almost like a quarter of the bill here. So again, we heard a lot of residents from my previous presentation said, why are we giving ATCO all of our money? My power bill is already so high, I can't even put my Christmas lights on. I want to ensure that all of our residents that this fee is not part of that extraordinary fees that we're seeing within our power bills. This is a very, very tiny percentage. It's only 10%. So we've already done the first reading. We've done our public notice in which we got some of the public comments back. We've submitted it to the Alberta Utilities Commission. It has been approved, and so now we're doing our second and third reading. Assuming that it passes tonight, it will be signed by the CEO and mayor and then sent to the Alberta Utilities Commission to be finalized. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Patrick. Do we have any questions from council? Councilor Bussier?
Through the chair to Patrick, thanks. What if we didn't sign it?
Well, that is quite possible. What we would have to do is we would have to then put this essentially out to bid for some of the other utilities companies. ATCO has put all of their lines in through all of our green spaces, and they would rip them up. And it would be, it is possible. I would not recommend it. That would be something that should be done in a consultation and a lengthy process to think about who are we going to bring in to replace them.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Councilor Bussier. Councilor Dogar?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, sir, for the nice presentation. RMWB land only. So this agreement is pertains to the regional municipality of Wood Buffalo only, and the land, not the others.
Through the chair to the question. So yes, this is just the urban service area. The other areas such as Fort Chip or Conklin have a different agreement. This is for ATCO to put their lines in all of the green spaces, and that because we have buried lines in there, and that's what this handles. They have a completely different arrangement for the rural areas.
But the installations that we have, regional municipality of Wood Buffalo at Fort Chippewa also, at Enza, Conklin also, they also come in this agreement?
Through the chair to the question, no, sir. This is just for the urban service area, so Fort McMurray proper and Sapperry Creek.
Okay, fine. My next question is that there's a sentence, separate charges for companies, and also mayor and council. So what is that? There are two separate, mayor and council collect some other than the ATCO?
Through the chair to the question. So what this does is ATCO then charges 10% to all of the residents who receive electricity or through here, and then collects that money and then gives it to the municipality. So that's what this agreement does. We don't add additional fees on top of that as a municipality. This is simply ATCO's fee.
Fine, your reply is appropriate, but how come mayor and council comes in?
Through the chair to the councillor, the mayor and council have to pass a bylaw to allow ATCO to use municipal lands to put in their electricity lines. This is why it's done through a bylaw, because that's how the government has decided it will be done.
Fine. My third question is about the calculation of the years. You see, I don't challenge your calculation, but my calculation says that we are late by 1 year. The agreement has expired in 2024. I think we don't waste the time of all of this. I'll come to you separately and make you convince my calculation. I'm not 100% sure about my calculation also. But I will try to calculate and try to convince you that we are 1 year late. Thank you very much.
Councillor Benjoko?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. This might be separate, but I just want to ask. The motion that was moved and passed by Mayor Bowman about redistribution of charges to us in this region, has anything happened to that? Mayor might have something to share.
I think there would have been a reply in the whip a few weeks ago from the minister's office. So it should be, I'll get pulled up and get it out to you again.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. That's all.
Thanks, Councilor Majoko. Council, have any other questions? Are there any delegates to this item?
There's no registered delegates for this item. Thank
Thank you. Can I have someone make the motion for the second reading? Councilor Weigel?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that bylaw number 25/004, being the electric distribution system franchise agreement, be read a second time.
And thanks for the second, Councilor Boussier. Any other discussion, debate points, or comments from council? I'm not seeing any. I'll call for a vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thanks, everyone. Can I have someone make the motion for the third reading? Councilor Benjoko?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I move that bylaw number 25/004 be read a third and final time.
Thanks, Councilor Majoko, and thanks for the second, Councilor Boussier. Any other comments? Yeah, you have to turn the light on. Thanks. Councilor Doger?
Thank you for giving, and thank you very much making the contract as it is. There's no price hike. You know, there could have been many reasons also. We are in light in the north, and something could have done. Good contract. Well done. Thank you.
Council, have any other discussion, debate points, or comments? I'm not seeing this. We'll call for a vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thanks, Patrick. Next, we have the report for bylaw number 25/017, land use bylaw text amendment for GD Gateway. This bylaw is here before council for first reading and setting a public hearing date. So as a reminder, there's no debate or discussion at this time. For the benefit of the public, as the public hearing is proposed for our next meeting, administration will provide a brief overview of the bylaw. So I'd like to invite Plan Development to introduce the bylaw.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. For the record, my name is Amanda Owens, Director of Planning and Development Services, and with me is Sach Chanjiuk, Manager of Development Planning Department, the Manager of Development Planning. We are here to present a proposed land use bylaw amendment specific to Lot 7, Block 1, Plan 2520897 on behalf of an applicant. The subject property is located in Quarry Ridge along Highway 63 near the Mackenzie Boulevard intersection. The applicant, CASA Mental Health, is requesting an amendment to land use bylaw number 99059 to allow a youth assessment center as a site-specific permitted use within the Gateway District. The proposed youth assessment center would provide mental health care services for adolescents aged 12 to 18. The facility would include a day program for structured outpatient care and a live-in program offering intensive therapy and support for youth who require longer-term treatment. While the current Gateway District zoning allows some health-related services such as medical clinics and personal service facilities, it is intended for vehicle-oriented commercial retail developments, such as gas stations, restaurants, entertainment, and liquor stores as examples. And as such, it is not designed to accommodate institutional uses, especially those that provide long-term and full-time care for vulnerable populations such as children or adolescents. The proposed amendment was circulated to internal departments, external stakeholders, and nearby property owners within 300 meters. No concerns were received. The applicant also hosted a public open house on May 9th, and no objections were brought forward. In reviewing their application, administration recommends that instead of adding Youth Assessment Center as a site-specific permitted use within the existing Gateway District, the subject property should instead be redesignated to the Public Services District, to the Public Services District, and that a Youth Assessment Center be added to the Public Services District as a discretionary use. Administration is recommending this approach because first, the Public Services District is specifically designed to responsibly accommodate institutional developments such as a youth assessment center. Secondly, the newly approved Land Use Bylaw 26001, which comes into effect on January 1st of 2026, no longer has a gateway district, and therefore any amendments made to the current district as applied for will expire on December 31st of 2025 with the adoption of the new Land Use Bylaw. And lastly, given the proximity of highway commercial uses, allowing a youth assessment center as a discretionary use gives the RMWB the ability to assess compatibility and only approve uses that fit the intent of the district and are appropriate near the youth assessment center. In conclusion, administration's recommendation supports safe and orderly development, aligns with the municipal development plan, and with council's strategic plan to enhance community health services. This concludes our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Amanda. Can I have someone make the motion? Councillor Weigel?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that bylaw number 25/017, being the land use bylaw text amendment to the GD Gateway District, be read for first time, and that the required public hearing for bylaw number 25/017 be scheduled for June 24th, 2025.
Thanks, Councillor Weigel, and thanks for the second, Councillor Ball. So I'll call for a vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Thanks, Amanda. Thanks such. I'm moving on to item 10.1, Councillor's motions. I'll ask Councillor Dogar to read his motion. Your mic, Councillor Dogar. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that administration review Council Citizen Recognition Program Policy PRC 090 and bring forward updates that contemplate options for public participation in the selection process.
For the second, Councillor Boussier. Councillor Dogar, do you want to speak to your motion?
I read it again?
The reason for it.
Okay. You see, I have attended two meetings in 2024 and 2025. The meetings and the reasons, logic, they were not very convincing to me. Both the times there were different standards. And I am disappointed. And once I asked the administration, they had their own reasons. They said this is the recommendation which we have received from somebody. And who said that somebody? Neither they knew it nor I knew it. You see, so we should also, the presenter, whosoever recommends it, should come before the council. We should see his credibility, his education, his profile, what all he's doing. Only then he's recommending. The first recommended this time, I didn't know the man who recommended it. A man should be well known, well recognized, that he's recommending it, somebody. And the same thing happened last time also. So my recommendation is that there should be more involvement, and you see, the presenter should come to the council and present the name to whom he wants it, and then council decide it. And maybe, in the first go, only 5 people are shortlisted, which is administration has given it. And then ultimately to one. This is my main point of view. So this will create a more involvement. First time, I recommended that one of the council said, Mr. A is good. And man like me, said he is very good. And the man was approved. In the second time, it was all political. So need not go into that. But I feel for future, there should be guideline that the one who recommends it, he should come here. We should know who the man is. What is his profile? What is his education? What are his contributions? How he manages the society that he's recommending somebody. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Councilor Dogar. Do we have any delegates to this item?
We have no delegates, thank you.
Does council have any questions or debate points? Councilor Weigel?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess my question for administration, just to be clear, obviously anybody can bring forward a name to the committee to be able to, for a naming right, is my understanding. And then the second part of it, just so I don't have to go back and forth, is that once the committee makes a recommendation, it does go back to council for final approval, is my understanding. So council does already approve it?
I'm looking at my colleagues there. I don't have that answer. I suspect that that's the case.
Okay.
But I need to confirm that.
Okay. I think I got a couple head nods from back there.
There we go.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilor Weigel. Councilor Benjoko?
So questions to Councilor Dogar. So you want more involvement of council in this process or more involvement of the public?
In the council, involvement of the council is a regular factor. They have to decide it. They have to interview it. They might interview a man who is being recognized, but the man may not be ready to come here. There are certain personalities, I know. They don't want to be forthcoming. But the man who has recommended it, his credibility is to be seen. His profile is to be seen. His education is to be seen. He should come here. If I want to recommend somebody, I come here and say, I'm recommending Mr. A. He done this thing. And his education is this. And he's one of the best.
Okay, so the gap is that you want the
recommending man to come here.
To come here. Okay. Thank you, Councilor Dogar. Thank you, Mayor.
Thanks, Councilor Benjoko. Any other questions? Councilor Ball?
Yeah, through the chair to Councilor Dogar. I'm trying to wrap my head around this a little bit. So are you saying you want the nominator to come forward and present to us why the person they've nominated would be suitable for the award? Or are you saying that the person that shortlisted them after reviewing them should come forward and present that to us? I'm a bit confused on that.
You need to turn your mic on, Councilor Dogar.
Thank you. And thank you for the question. You are such an experienced man. You should not be confused over the thing. If the nominated man who is getting it, he doesn't look nice, in the 2024 and 25, both were such personalities, they won't come forward and they will ask, please give us the award. Or we did this, there are certain personalities, but the man who recommending it, who I say I want, Ken Ball should be recognized. He has 27 years of experience and he is contributing a lot of in the council. And he's in the sports also. That is what I want. The recommending man should come. We should see what is his worth.
So what you mean is the person that has nominated the individual would come forward and present that nomination.
Correct.
So I guess my difficulty with that is that the number of nominations or different nominators that we would receive is quite astronomical. Like you could get hundreds of nominations, or is it anticipated that we would have everyone present their nomination to council and without doing the shortlist, and council would do the shortlist? Because it seems like
I already told you 5 people, those shortlisted by the administration.
So the short list. Okay, so now I'm just clarifying that. That's all.
Thank
All right.
you.
Okay, appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Ball. Is there any other questions from council? You have a question? Yeah, you'll have a chance for closing statements. And there's no questions, so go ahead, Councillor Dogar. Go ahead. You have to turn your mic on though. There you go. You make closing statements.
Thank you. Last time and this time, the one who was number one shortlisted, neither I knew him nor the one who recommended him. That is what I am involved in the community for the last 11, 12, 13 years. Those who have seen me, but and those both were from my community, Indian community. I don't know how he was shortlisted and came number one. Maybe he was a pastor or some other thing. So knowing the caliber of the man who is recommending is very important. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Dogar. So if any other comments or debate points from council, I won't be supporting this because we already have a policy in place and council already decides who the winners are, and also be the next mayor and council that will be deciding the next recipients of these citizens awards. So with that, Councillor Ball, you have something to add before we go to vote?
Yeah, I did, just simply because a number of, and I agree with you, but a number of candidates that are nominated get nominated by multiple people. So you potentially could have quite a gamut of people coming forward to present. And I believe we already have a policy that seems to be working, and council ultimately makes the decision.
Thanks, Councillor Ball. So we'll call for a vote. Not coming up? Did? Okay, that's been defeated with 2 in favor. Moving on to item 10.2, I'll ask Councillor Dogar to read out his motion. Just grab your mic, Councillor Dogar. Yeah, just need you to click your mic on there. There you go. Go ahead, Councillor Dogar.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that administration determine whether lighting at the St. Croix Athletic Park cricket.
I think you split one. It's one back.
10.2.
10.2, so back one this way.
Your second motion.
Right here.
Thank you. 10.2. I move that administration explore options for construction of a gas station to include landscaping and a lookout on Highway 63 at Mariana Lake.
Thanks, Councillor Dogar, and thanks for the second, Councillor Benjoko. Councillor Dogar, do you want to speak to your motion?
Thank you, sir. Last weekend, 2 weeks back, I went towards waterways, and at J. Howard Pugh Park, I saw hundreds of families, may not be hundreds of families, hundreds of heads enjoying in the weather, sun, all the gadgets, playing gadgets. So people want to get little away from the town. I came here downtown, Khyam Park, there was hardly anybody. So I thought there should be more parks for landscaping also, for better environments also, and for more recreation also. Mariana Lake has been very favorite of mine. There was a gas station after 100 kilometers. And I, as a trucker, had been going about 1 year constantly every night. And I used to relax there for a cup of coffee and some rest also. I really enjoyed that place. There's a lake also, a beautiful place also. And about a month back, I was going and my fault that my gas, it was exhausted. And I was in a very spin. That 200 kilometers, there's no facility. So I terribly miss that park and the gas station. If it is possible that our administration may explore it and try to develop that place. The gas station also, and a small park also, children, 90% of the people go to the Edmonton and Calgary for recreation purpose. They would surely stop, as I have been stopping. Once I used to stop, I used to see that always 10, 12, 13, 14 people were there. So this is my point. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Councilor Dogar. Does council have any questions followed by debate points? I'm not seeing any. I don't, Councilor, I used to enjoy Mariana Lake, stopping there all the time myself. I'd go for bike rides and go to Mariana Lake, so I used to enjoy that gas station a lot. But I don't think it's something the municipality does is build gas stations along the highway. So I don't think this is something we can do, so I can't support this. Councilor Bajoko?
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. Is this Mariana Lake even our property? Is it our municipality? Is it owned by the municipality?
Through the chair to Councillor Benjoko, no, it is not. It's Alberta Infrastructure.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councilor Bajoko. Any other questions by council? I'm not seeing any, so I'll call for a vote. And that's defeated with 1 in favor. Councilor Dogar, can you read your last motion? Moving on to item 10.3.
I move that administration determine whether lighting at St. Croix Athletic Park cricket field is sufficient and at the same service level as lighting of similar sports fields and report back to council.
Thanks for the motion, Councilor Dogar, and thanks for the second, Councilor Weigel. Want to speak to that motion, Councilor Dogar?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had been going for cricket to see my colleagues and giving them certain water in hot weather on behalf of council. And hundreds of players, they play there. And every time they requested for lighting arrangements. And there's no lighting arrangements to play at night and midnight. And they showed me on the about 3 baseball grounds in the surroundings, and I counted there were 39 lights in the baseball grounds. They were surrounding it. Ken Ball knows it very well. If 39 lights on the surrounding, so they need only 6-7 lights that I've calculated. That is not difficult. It's a recreation, healthy recreation. People are asking it, and we should try to help them. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Councilor Dogar. Councilor Bousse, you have a question?
I think Councillor Ball's hand was up first.
Councilor Ball, want to go ahead?
No, you can let Lance go first.
Okay, Lance, go ahead.
Okay, through the chair to administration, were there lights ever? Councillor Dogar is right. All the baseball or slow pitch diamonds and soccer pitches are lit up. I'm just wondering what the plan was for the cricket field, cricket pitch.
I'm guessing all.
Just be 1 second, we lost quorum. A few councillors have stepped out, so we're just going to pause for a minute.
Sorry, Lance, but I'm probably going to have to answer that for you. I doubt there's anyone in the room that knows the answer to it.
Well, that's why I was going to let you go first, because I assume we have the same question.
No.
Just be 1 second till 1, 2. Okay, we're good. Keith?
Through the chair, Councillor Boussier. At present, the cricket pitch does not have lighting, nor does 3 soccer fields. In 2021, it was in the capital budget to put lighting at the cricket pitch. However, it was severely underestimated, and the priority then was the screens and the dugouts. It did come back as another capital request. However, it was, I do believe it was $400K. It didn't make it through. When we did the SAP functionality study in 2021 to 23, I identified that the electrical system in SAP may not have the capacity and is severely limited, may not be able to handle lights at the cricket pitch. So what it recommends is that we do a assessment of the load capacity at SAP before we look at putting further lights at the cricket pitch or the soccer fields.
I'll let Councillor Ball respond or speak to it too. Probably has more questions.
Okay, Councillor Ball, go ahead.
Thanks for putting me on the fence there. Sorry, I got a barking dog here and she won't shut up. Yeah, so when the park was originally built, all the users were engaged as to what their needs were, and it was basically based on usage. And at the original time of construction, only one baseball diamond had lights, or sorry, softball diamond had lights. And as the sport grew, lights were added, and ultimately all 6 of them now are lit. One soccer pitch is lit, and at the time of construction, which is many years ago, the cricket user said, "No, we'll never use it that much. We'll only use it on the weekends, most likely, and during the day, so they wouldn't need lights." Now, I guess my question to administration would be, have you seen a notice in booking or an uplift in bookings where the lights could be utilized on that facility? That's basically what happened with Slow Pitch, is that they had more and more bookings, so they had more usage, so the lights were feasible. It made sense.
If I may.
Yeah, go ahead, Keith.
Absolutely, the Councillor Ball is correct, and as Councillor Bussier said, there's 3 soccer fields that doesn't have lighting, and a cricket pitch doesn't either. Now, there has been a significant increase in usership of the cricket field, and what's come back from the engagement, and actually from the functionality study, is looking at another cricket pitch. Now, SAP can't handle that unless you expand and spend an enormous amount of money, because again, it's in a wetland area. They suggested looking at down around Keano because it's associated with the college. I think it's very important to note that absolutely lighting can go there. The last estimate that we had from 2021 was $400,000 to put lighting at the cricket pitch. However, since the time that we had that estimate, the functionality study says, oh, wait a minute, we don't even know if the infrastructure at SAP can handle this addition. So what would come first is that we would do the study on the infrastructure to see if the load capacity is even there, and if the decision then is to upgrade or make the system more robust to have lighting at the cricket pitch and at the soccer fields. So that would have to come first before we could look at putting lights at the cricket pitch.
Right. No, and I appreciate that. I know the process. I ran the projects, so I get that. ATCO can bring in a new transformer and pop a new service into there, no problem. But I mean, it is what it is. So no, my take on this is that if you're seeing significant increase in users, and lights would assist them in being able to access their facility more, I would certainly support that. So it's based on users. If you got plenty of users, light them up. If you don't, there's no point in it.
Thanks, Councillor Ball. Councillor Benjoko.
Thank you, Mayor Bowman. I wanted to find out the issue of cost. I actually didn't know it would be that high to have the place lit. Oh, I never thought it was that much to light up the place. So that's surprising, but I think I will certainly support that we have lights there. And I hope we can get it at a reasonable cost.
Thanks, Councillor Bajoko. Councillor Weigel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to see if Councillor Dogar was open to a friendly amendment to include what the Director Smith had said, it just encompassing what would it cost to look at the park and do it in one swoop. I think even cost efficiency, I'm sure you'd come back with multiple numbers, but if we're going to do it all, it's probably cheaper to do it all at once versus dig up multiple times.
So what would that,
So the administration determine whether lighting at SAP Park is efficient and to the levels of the, I guess, the service levels of the participation or of the users, and then report that back to council of that
Councilor
sort.
Doga, are you amenable to that friendly amendment?
Excuse me, I didn't get the question.
Want to turn your
So
mic
I
on?
just asked for a friendly amendment to look at the entire park as a whole versus just the cricket field. So it would encompass the cricket field, but also the soccer fields and everything else.
Correct.
Do you want to turn your mic on, Councilor Doga?
Why not?
Can you just turn your mic on?
Turn your mic
and
on,
say,
please.
Yes. See, we'll play.
There you go. So Councilor Doga, are you okay with that friendly amendment?
Correct, yes.
Okay. Do we have any other questions from council? I'm not seeing any. I definitely support.
I have one comment.
Okay, go ahead, Councilor Ball.
It's more, not so much a question, more a comment. Like the terminology written in here is the same level as lighting of similar sports fields. And that's the wrong terminology. What we should be using is adequate lighting for the use of a cricket pitch. There's different lighting standards for different sports. Baseball, the ball goes a lot higher than it does in football. So you have to light higher up. So there's a different standard for each one. And I think that we should be lighting the cricket pitch to a cricket pitch lighting standard, not similar to other sports fields, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, are you okay with that, Councilor Doga?
You want me to reply them?
Yeah, he was talking to you.
Yes, thank you very much. Surely your point is valid and very intelligent, and that is the proper way of legislation, that people come out there with bright ideas, and let's administration work it out. They are also expert professionals. Okay. They will give their recommendations accordingly. We will work it out, and if anything comes out, fine, good enough. We are here to serve the community, and sports, healthy activities, recreation activities, all the best. Thank you very much.
So I think the wording to change would be to similar specific sports fields. Would that cover it, Councilor Ball?
Well, no, we're talking about the cricket pitch. Just say we're determine the lighting for the cricket pitch is built to a cricket pitch standard. Something like that.
But I just don't think.
It's not my hill to die on this.
Councilor
I think
Weigel's,
he's heard it, so he'll know what to do. So.
Councilor Weigel's amendment was to look at the entire park on what lighting would be needed and expansions in that entire park. So
Well,
that's why.
I think Councilor Weigel's is more to similar, and correct me if I'm wrong, Councilor Weigel, but was more on the concern that was raised by Director Smith that the park may not be able to handle additional lighting at this point in time, was more the upgrade to the power coming in, not changing the lighting across the entirety of the park.
Mine was actually closer to number 2.
Do you want to
let it be worked out?
Turn your mic
Mr.
on.
Mayor, let it be worked out. Maybe they want to reduce certain lights.
Councilor Doga, we have to work out what the motion is to direct administration properly. Go
Thank
ahead,
you,
Councilor
Councilor Ball.
Weigel.
I was actually to your second point. So using Councilor Ball's languaging, maybe it's to assess SAP as it's entirely to adequate lighting to each of the sporting recreational functions of the park.
Right. Okay, that's fair. No,
Okay.
I'm happy with that.
So we're just going to get another version here for Councilor Doga for you to check.
Mr. Mayor, if the lights are installed and if it is overworked or overburdened more than the capacity, maybe there is some quota system that certain fields may not be utilizing it, lights, and maybe once in a month is given to cricket also.
Yeah, I'm in favor of it. So just when it comes up, let's just see what the amendment looks like. So you can let us know if that's fine with you and we'll vote. Sorry, Councilor Bajoko, I missed you.
No. Okay. I just want to support what the suggestion from Councillor Weigel, but that and then with the
And Councillor
expertise.
Ball. Yeah. And with Councillor Ball's sport-specific motion?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that we can tailor the lightning to the needs of the different games or sports. And I certainly think this is good that we can consider the soccer field as well.
Super.
Yeah.
Okay, it's on. If you're on your microphone on your Excel page, you'll have the motion the way it's written right now. If you want to take a look at it, Councillor Dogar.
Yes.
It's right.
For clarity, the motion that's not highlighted right now on the screen that I've just
It has been
hovered
used.
over is the
That's the
original
new one,
wording.
the amended one that I was talking
This
about.
one?
Yeah,
And
they
the
want to see
yellow-
if you feel it's adequate.
Yes, I feel adequate.
So the
Can I
yellow-
read it, sir? Mr. Mayor, would you
No,
permit
you don't
me
have to read it. I'm just asking you if you're okay with that.
Okay, I'm okay. More
Okay.
than okay.
Perfect. Okay, so there's no other questions, comments, debate points? I'm in favor of this, and very much appreciate council's knowledge to change the wording there to make it a little more amenable and kind of get what we need for the community. So I'm definitely in support of this. And with that, I don't see it. Councillor Ball, you have something else?
No, I'm good.
Okay, with that, we'll call for a vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thanks for that motion, Councillor Dogar.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, sir. There's one submission. Just consider it and listen to me for 1 minute that about that Shell Mariana Lake, the park which I've said, you know, straight away we are not going to build up a gas station.
Okay,
But
no, we,
if
Councillor, that motion's done and passed.
that passed, but you know, just
No, we can't reconsider it. With that, we don't own the land. Besides that, with that, I'll call the meeting's been adjourned. That's it for tonight. Have a good evening, everyone. I do appreciate everyone's attentiveness and direct with their questions. And I'm pleasantly surprised we were ending the meeting at 10:20 and Councillor Boussier was right. We were going to get through 19 pages before 10:30. So thanks, everyone. Thanks, Councillor Ball. Have a good night.
Good night, everybody.
Good night, everybody. That's it.
I get surgery tomorrow, so looking forward to that.
Good luck with your surgery. Let me know when you're
Thanks.
finished.
Yeah, it's gonna hurt. Bye-bye.